Introduction. What comes to mind when you hear the word superpowers? Most people associate superpowers with fictional characters like the Avengers or Justice League from the world of comics. However, a particular skill can be considered a superpower if one can perfect it. That skill is persuasion. Jenny Cullen once stated, "I think the power of persuasion would be the greatest superpower of all time." Persuasion refers to the process of changing another person's convictions or behavior concerning a situation or another individual through sustained reasoning or argument. A person uses logical and organized information to convey their intended meaning. They also employ pathos, ethos, and passion in their message to persuade others. There are 6 essential principles of persuasion that an individual must know to ensure they can convince other people effectively. Understanding these core principles will enable you to master the art of influence and apply persuasion skills like a superpower in your daily life. This knowledge will also help you avoid falling into manipulation by those who may want to influence you negatively. The rule of reciprocity. The first principle of persuasion is the rule of reciprocity. The basis of social relationships is reciprocity. If you cooperate with others, others will cooperate with you. Carol Quigley stated this quote because, "By nature, people feel obligated to reciprocate the action, service, or gift that they receive from others. This principle relies heavily on what one gives and how one gives it. A person should give out the present or service first and ensure to personalize it to the recipient. They should provide it when the recipient is not anticipating it and present it in a manner that shows sincerity. The recipient will feel the need to repay the act either immediately or later, depending on the situation. The main idea that one should always follow when applying reciprocity is doing unto others how they would want others to do unto them. Some actions of exchange are apparent, such as tactics used by marketers and salespeople, while others are shrewder, where they use psychological strategies. For instance, items at a supermarket go for a specific price, but have another new thing as a gift if a person purchases it. The company producing and selling that item uses reciprocity in that they hope that by offering the accompanying bonus, the customers will buy more of their things on sale. Politicians also use this principle in their tenures and campaigns, where they use the time and resources that they have while in power to build schools or improve infrastructure. They then use their development projects as a device for getting voters to vote for them. The people will feel that the politician did something to contribute to the development of their society. One can also apply it at home, where they welcome a new person by holding a party for them. The other person, in turn, will feel the need to return the favor by inviting the individual to an event that they later host. Reciprocity applies in terms of behavior, where a person treats others with respect, and they receive respectful responses. Reciprocity is vital in that it can also enable a person to accomplish something which they otherwise might never successfully do. They could help a colleague who is in some trouble. In turn, the colleague will assist them in finishing a job if they are unable to complete it, say due to an illness. The rule of reciprocity makes someone act in a way that will make others return the courtesy to them and help them when the need arises. Therefore, it plays a massive role in influencing the choices and behaviors of others because of the feelings of obligation that a person experiences when they undergo reciprocity. The principle of scarcity in persuasion. Scarcity, the second principle of persuasion, involves creating a sense of inadequacy by making resources appear scarce or uncommon. It utilizes supply and demand dynamics, where the less available an item is, the more valuable it becomes. The concept of scarcity employs 3 key features: limited offers, limited access, exclusivity, and lost language. Limited offers, time restricted and supply limited, offers influence people to acquire what's on offer. Advertisements emphasize special offers and create a sense of urgency. Examples include Christmas sales with buy while stocks last, messaging, limited access, exclusivity. Recipients of limited services feel valued and unique. Exclusive access to restricted services, information, and items fulfills the need to feel valued. Examples include VIP services in banking and aviation, with separate service areas and amenities. Lost language, implying that a person will lose out rather than gain if they don't act, strengthens persuasion. Marketers use phrases like "don't be left out" to influence purchases. Examples include play marketers highlighting show popularity and artists using retirement announcements to drive concert attendance. Combining these approaches enhances the effectiveness of scarcity in influencing thoughts and actions, making them more persuasive. The influence of authority in persuasion. The third principle of persuasion involves the concept of authority. Individuals tend to trust and follow the advice of those they perceive as experts in a particular field. This principle relies on an expert's credibility and knowledge within a specific area. To establish authority, an individual should actively showcase their accomplishments and credentials. Displaying awards, certificates, and other proofs of expertise in a public setting can enhance one's credibility. Additionally, providing succinct background information or mentioning relevant experience during introductions establishes trust and allows listeners to rely on the speaker's expert opinion. For instance, a nutritionist's suggestion about diet changes may be more influential than that of a friend, as the nutritionist's authority is supported by education and certifications. Similarly, an FBI agent's badge or a police officer's uniform symbolizes authority and can prompt individuals to comply with their instruction. Effective use of the principle of authority requires skill and finesse. An individual should convey their expertise without appearing arrogant or overbearing. The goal is to inspire confidence and trust while providing valuable insights to guide others' decisions. To maximize the impact of this principle, one should strategically apply it in various situations. During professional interactions, mentioning relevant credentials, such as years of experience or specialized training, can persuade potential clients or collaborators. Casual conversations also present opportunities to convey accomplishments and build connections. By mastering the principle of authority, an individual can effectively influence others, gain trust, and encourage them to follow their guidance. The principle of consistency is a powerful tool used to persuade individuals. It leverages the influence of voluntary and public commitments to compel people to fulfill promises they have made. These three components work in tandem to ensure that a person executes and delivers on their commitments. Active commitment involves individuals consciously deciding on a course of action after careful consideration. Decisions are made through written or spoken words, empowering individuals to see them through to completion. For instance, in a charity fundraising scenario, individuals may fill out a form recording their name and potential donation amount. Voluntary commitment refers to individuals making decisions without external coercion or pressure. Both active and public engagements require voluntary commitment, as decisions are only meaningful if made willingly. Public commitment involves making a commitment public, which increases accountability among individuals. Seeing others participate in an engagement motivates people to join and be responsible for their word. These three commitments combine to create a sense of accountability and trust. When people see others actively engaging and fulfilling their promises, it influences them to do the same. Public commitment increases responsibility, ensuring that individuals honor their commitments to maintain consistency in their actions. Furthermore, agreeing to smaller commitments often leads to accepting more significant responsibilities. As individuals strive to maintain consistency in their promises, this consistency influences their decision-making. enabling them to make and fulfill commitments effectively. The liking principle, influencing behavior through likability. The liking principle. The fifth principle of persuasion asserts that individuals tend to prefer and follow the ideas and suggestions of people they like. 3 key factors determine whether one person likes another: compliments, shared goals, and perceived similarity. Compliments. When someone pays another person compliments, it can foster a sense of goodwill and receptiveness. The recipient feels valued and may be more likely to respond positively to the complimenter's ideas or requests. For instance, fashion retailers often use this tactic by offering compliments to customers trying on clothes, which can lead to increased sales. Shared goals. Working together towards common goals can create a sense of camaraderie and mutual understanding. Individuals who perceive themselves as being on the same side are more likely to cooperate and follow the lead of others to achieve their shared objective. This principle is often used in interrogations by employing the good cop, bad cop method, where the suspect feels a sense of alliance with the sympathetic officer and becomes more receptive to cooperation. Perceived similarity. Similarity in characteristics, beliefs, or values can create a strong sense of affinity. Individuals tend to trust and follow the choices of those they perceive as being similar to themselves. This principle is commonly leveraged in marketing by using models or influencers who share characteristics with the target audience. By establishing a sense of relatability, brands aim to influence consumers' purchasing decisions and product preferences. The liking principle highlights the significant influence that likability can have on an individual's behavior and decision-making. By understanding the factors that contribute to liking, individuals can become more aware of how they may be influenced by others and make more informed choices. The principle of consensus is the final principle of persuasion. It involves a person determining their conduct by observing the behaviors of others. They use signals from other people to decide how they will think, feel, or react in a similar situation. For example, if someone wants to install a particular app on their phone but is unfamiliar with it, they will look at the number of downloads and comments left by others. They will choose the app with the most downloads and positive comments, even if they do not know anything about it themselves. A person can use the principle of consensus to persuade others by directing them to follow the crowd, showing them what others similar to them are doing. Peer pressure is an example of this, where individuals act like those who share their age group. Additionally, this principle can be applied by providing an example of how others are already following a specific directive. For instance, a manager can persuade other employees to support a new rule by having a few subordinates obey the command initially. The consensus principle can also help individuals react appropriately in an emergency. If someone consistently sees posters about performing first aid after an accident, along with statistics showing increased survival rates from previous instances, they will likely overcome the bystander effect when they come across someone who needs first aid. Companies often use statistics from other people's experiences to persuade others to act similarly. Health institutions may use statistics on survival rates after first aid, while environmental organizations may use records showing the impact of small actions like switching off lights in unoccupied rooms. Understanding the 6 principles of persuasion can help individuals become experts at influencing the feelings, thoughts, and behaviors of those around them. Recognizing when someone is using these principles to persuade them or others is also crucial. This perception enables individuals to avoid adverse effects such as manipulation. The principles work to persuade people to make adjustments in feelings and thoughts, resulting in minor and significant changes in life. Chapter 1. Persuasion Theories. In the realm of persuasion, various theories aim to explain the process of influencing individuals. Among the most prominent are cognitive dissonance theory, social judgment theory, and the elaboration likelihood model. Before delving into these theories, it's essential to understand what persuasion entails. To persuade effectively, three key elements are necessary: aiming qua goal, a means of communication with the individual you wish to influence, and the exercise of free will on their part. The absence of coercion and accident is a defining characteristic of persuasion. It's a systematic process that involves determining your desired outcome, employing non-coercive techniques to influence the individual, and the individual voluntarily complying with your request. Cognitive dissonance theory. This theory is based on three key points. The first point is that people are wired to seek consistency in all aspects of their lives. The second point is that people are naturally sensitive to inconsistencies, contradictions, and disorder. The point is that when people experience dissonance, which is often manifested in the form of doubt, guilt, and even discomfort, they experience a change in their attitude. We experience dissonance when we have two different thoughts or ideas that logically contradict each other. If one is true, then the other is false. In other words, these thoughts are inconsistent. There are several ways for people to deal with cognitive dissonance. For starters, when you have two different thoughts that contradict each other, you could change one of the thoughts so that it becomes consistent with the other. For example, if your first thought is "I love eating junk food," and your second thought is "junk food is detrimental to my health," you might deal with the contradiction by changing the second thought into, "Well, junk food isn't that bad." The second way to deal with cognitive dissonance is to change one's behavior. If we were to use the above example, you could change your behavior by cutting down on junk food. The third way to deal with cognitive dissonance is to add new thoughts that somehow rationalize the contradiction between the first two thoughts. In our example above, you might rationalize eating junk food by thinking, "I have an active lifestyle, so the junk food won't cause me much harm." The fourth way to deal with cognitive dissonance is to trivialize the inconsistency that is causing the dissonance. You do this by convincing yourself that the dissonance is no big deal. For dissonance to occur in one's mind, there are a few important conditions that have to be fulfilled. First, a person has to feel like he or she has a choice in the matter. For example, you may experience cognitive dissonance from eating junk food because you have a choice on what you can or cannot eat. Secondly, there has to be a perception of aversive consequences. You need to feel that if you don't resolve the inconsistency, you will pay for it in the future. For example, if you don't stop eating junk food, you feel like you will gain weight and develop lifestyle diseases. Now that you understand that people are naturally inclined to reduce cognitive dissonance, you can use that fact to persuade people in two different ways. First, you can get them to do something inconsequential and use that initial behavior to persuade them to do something consistent with it. Secondly, you can persuade someone not to do something by logically convincing them that the action is inconsistent with who they are or how they have acted in the past. Thirdly, you can persuade someone to do something by making them realize that the action is consistent with their belief system or other things they have done in the past. People need to have consistency between their attitudes and their behavior. So, if you want to persuade someone's behavior, you may be able to do it by changing his or her attitude. Social judgment theory. This theory proposes that people make choices based on mediated judgment processes. For a person to be persuaded, he or she has to take in a message, compare that message and its underlying implications to his or her current positions on the subject, and then make a decision on whether or not to do what you want him or her to do. The person's position on the issue at hand often depends on the type of issue. There are cases where the person has a preferred position, a preset conviction. There are other times where the person has to compare several alternatives. These alternatives are known as latitudes. Finally, there are other cases where the person's ego comes into play. and it affects the decision that he or she makes. To understand social judgment theory, you have to internalize the concept of latitudes. Latitudes are different levels that reflect a person's attitude towards a certain persuasion attempt. Latitudes are often presented in the form of a spectrum. For example, if a person is trying to get you to do something, e.g., if someone asks you out on a date, the latitudes attitudinal spectrum could be completely acceptable, acceptable, indifferent, unacceptable, completely unacceptable. In this case, completely acceptable and acceptable make up the latitude of acceptance. Indifferent makes up the latitude of non-commitment, unacceptable and completely non-acceptable make up the latitude of rejection. Your current belief, your anchor, on the subject of persuasion will fall within one of the latitudes that we have mentioned. For example, if someone is trying to persuade you, and whatever they are asking you falls under the latitude of acceptance, you are highly likely to comply with their request. If, on the other hand, the message falls squarely within your latitude of rejection, you are likely to turn the person down. The latitudes of non-commitment, LON, refers to the areas in the spectrum where you are indifferent. For example, if someone is trying to persuade you on an issue that you have never really thought about, you might not have any ready-to-go views on the matter. The latitude of non-commitment has the least amount of ego involvement because the person has no opinion on the matter. In social judgment theory, persuasion occurs in two steps. First, there is a judgment. Then there is a shift. In the judgment stage, you essentially decide how close the message is to what you believe, where your anchor falls on the matter. In the shifting stage, you decide how to respond to the message, how your anchor will shift after your decision. Social judgment theory, therefore, dictates that you can only influence someone if their anchor falls within the latitude of acceptance, low. However, in practice, you might be able to expand someone's low before you try to persuade them of something to increase the chances that they'll accept your request. To persuade someone, you have to make sure that you present a message that is either within the low or the lone. You can start by presenting a message that is close to the edge of the low. This will shift the person's anchor slightly. You can then present subsequent messages that keep shifting the person's anchor and expanding its low until you get to a point where the original intended message falls squarely within the latitude of acceptance. To use social judgment theory to persuade someone, you first have to find out the person's preferred position on the matter. Once you understand his or her position, you might be able to gauge their low. You then have to get to work by chipping away at their attitude. For example, if you meet someone that you are attracted to, and you want to be in a relationship with that person, her attitude may range from willing to date you all the way to find you repulsive. Now, if the person finds you repulsive, she most certainly won't be persuaded to go out on a date with you. However, you can use persuasion techniques to shift her attitude little by little. You can get her from finds you repulsive to willing to tolerate your presence, to being indifferent about you, to finding you a bit likable, to finding you, and so on. The idea is that the shift cannot be drastic because there will be a boomerang effect that reinforces the person's initial attitude toward you. The elaboration likelihood model. This theory is based on the premise that when people process information, they do it in one of two ways. They either process it cognitively, or they process it superficially. When information is processed cognitively, it goes through the central root, and the person deeply considers the meaning. If the information is processed superficially, it goes through the peripheral route. If you aim to persuade, you want your target to pay attention to the information you are putting out. This means you want him or her to process the information through the central route. On the flip side, if you want to sneak some information past a person, if you don't want the person to seriously consider that information, you might want them to process it through the peripheral route. Companies do this by burying crucial information in the fine print. as several factors determine whether the information will be processed through the central route or the peripheral route. These factors include whether the recipient finds the information interesting, whether the information benefits the recipient in some way, self-interest, and whether the information is inherently or universally important, e.g., social issues, whether the recipient can focus on the information, e.g., their prevailing mood, and the presence of distractions. If a message is interesting, important, beneficial to the recipient, and delivered when the recipient is focused, then it will be processed through the central route. If the message misses out on one or more of these points, then it might be processed through the peripheral route. When people process your message through the central route, they will be persuaded by the substance of the message. They'll pay attention to the key points that you are making, to the logical consistency, and to the credibility of your sources. If, however, the message is processed through the peripheral route, your audience will be persuaded by the form of your message instead of the substance. They'll focus on things like diction, clarity, your appearance, your level of confidence, or even the immediate environment. So, if you are looking to persuade someone, you should first try to understand how they are going to process your message. If it's a topic that offers low levels of interest, relevance, importance, or focus, you might want to focus more on the form of your presentation rather than the substance, because it's highly likely that the person will process the information through the peripheral route. For example, if you are an architect and you want to persuade a client who doesn't have any knowledge of technical architectural concepts, you might be more effective if you focus on superficial things during your presentation, showcasing your qualifications and awards, creating an aesthetically pleasant models, being articulate during your presentation, etc. If you are looking to persuade someone on a topic that offers high levels of interest, importance, relevance, focus, and understanding, you might want to focus on the substance because the chances are that the information will be processed through the central route. For example, if you are an architect interviewing for a job at the best firm in town, you know that you will be dealing with professionals who know their stuff. To persuade them to give you a job, you have to focus on the strength and congruence of your messages, creativity and originality, the credibility of your sources as well as your own credibility. Persuasion involves three elements: a goal, a means of communication, and free will on the recipient's part. Cognitive dissonance theory suggests that people seek consistency in their thoughts and actions. When faced with conflicting ideas, they change their attitude or behavior to resolve the dissonance. Social judgment theory proposes that people make decisions based on mediated judgment processes, influenced by their preferred position, latitudes of acceptance and rejection, and the perceived consequences of the decision. The elaboration likelihood model explains how people process information either through the central route, cognitive processing, or the peripheral route, superficial processing. The substance or form of a message determines the route taken, which influences persuasion. To persuade effectively, understand how your target audience will process your message and tailor your presentation accordingly. Chapter 2: Current Theories of Persuasion. During the 1980s, Richard Petty, John Cacioppo, and Shelley Chaikin presented two comparative hypotheses: the elaboration likelihood model, ELM, and the heuristic systematic model, HSM. These models suggest that both effortful and non-effortful processes can influence attitude change in different circumstances. According to ELM and HSM, when individuals are motivated and able to consider all the information relevant to the message's position, high elaboration, they will pursue the central or systematic route to persuasion. This aligns with the cognitive response approach, where individuals' positive or negative thoughts about the message and their confidence in them determine the extent of attitude change. However, when individuals are not motivated to think about the merits of the message, low elaboration, they can still be influenced by processes that require less mental effort. For example, individuals may rely on cognitive shortcuts, e.g., the packaging is nice, it must be a good toothpaste, to decide whether they agree with or like something. In these cases, individuals are said to take the peripheral or heuristic route to persuasion. ELM and HSM suggest that people will utilize the central, systematic route when they are both motivated and able to consider the message's content thoughtfully. Conversely, when they are either unwilling or unable to engage in effortful thinking, they will pursue the peripheral, heuristic route to persuasion. Through data, preparation, and psychological reaction methodologies, research has identified various source, message, recipient, and contextual factors that influence attitude change. However, it remains unclear when and how each factor affects attitude change. For instance, in some studies, a highly credible source enhanced persuasion, while in others, the source had no effect or even suppressed persuasion. The elaboration likelihood model, ELM, and heuristic systematic model, HSM, provide frameworks for understanding when and how these factors lead to attitude change. These models posit that any factor within the persuasion context can assume one of several roles. Initially, when individuals are not thinking about the message, the factor is processed as a simple cue that impacts attitudes through mere association or heuristic processes. Secondly, when individuals are actively considering the merits of the message, the factor will be scrutinized as an argument, undergoing cognitive elaboration of the message, or influencing the confidence in the thoughts generated. Lastly, when belief is not constrained to be high or low by other factors, the factor may influence the amount of elaboration that occurs by serving as an indicator of whether it is worth investing effort into evaluating the message. These varying roles for factors, as explained by the ELMU, provide the basis for understanding how source, message, recipient, and contextual factors influence attitude change. Source variables in persuasion. The source is the individual or substance who conveys the enticing intrigue, and various source qualities have appeared to impact disposition change. Two of the most usually examined source factors are believability and appealing quality. Believability alludes to the source's I, aptitude, and B, dependability. A specialist source is one who has applicable information or experience in regards to the theme of the enticing message. A reliable source is one who needs ulterior thought processes and communicates fair suppositions dependent on the data as the person in question sees it. You may think about a doctor, master, and your closest companion, reliable, to be sound sources. Appealing quality alludes to how physically or socially engaging and affable the cause is. For instance, TV plugs regularly use design models and famous magnetic people to get individuals to like their items. By and large, yet not always, trustworthy and alluring sources are more potent than are ugly sources. Predictable with the ELM's various jobs theory, source factors have appeared to influence a few unique routes in many circumstances. Consider, for instance, a commercial for a brand of cleanser that highlights an alluring individual utilizing the item. Individuals frequently partner allure with positive sentiments, and under low elaboration conditions, when there is minimal effortful pondering the message, they may conclude that they like the cleanser basically because the source makes them feel better. Under high elaboration conditions, when believing is broad, individuals may utilize the allure of the source as proof that the item gives them great hair, or, on the other hand, the cause may predisposition their reasoning with the goal that positive musings correctly ring a bell, or, on the other hand, they may have more trust in the musings they have, and when they feel that appealing sources recognize what they are discussing. What's more, if individuals don't know the amount to think about the message, the magnificence of the source may instigate them to give more consideration to the notice and its message. This would build influence if what the source says is convincing. However, and when the message isn't compelling, figuring increasingly about it could prompt less control. Other source factors are influenced by similar components. Researchers have additionally recorded a deferred influence marvel that much of the time includes source factors. By and large, the impact of a first convincing, enticing intrigue diminishes after some time, as data about the message rots in memory. In any case, it has been demonstrated that words related with a prompt that limits or debilitates the underlying effect of a message containing substantial contention. For example, dishonest source may not change frames of mind at first, however, can prompt influence later. This is known as the sleeper impact. It happens because of the limiting prompt rots in memory quicker than do considerations about the message itself, which enables the news to influence demeanors free from the impact of the limiting signal. SAG. Variables in persuasion. The message alludes to all parts of the compelling intrigue itself. For example, its length, intricacy, language, etc. One of the focal attributes of the message is the nature of the contentions it contains. The impact of contention quality on influence relies upon how much the beneficiary is pondering the word. At the point when individuals are reluctant or incapable to completely process the message, they are impacted by fringe prompts or heuristics, as opposed to by their examination of the quality or shortcoming of the proof introduced. In this manner, under low handling conditions, a frail message might be convincing, and when it is combined with specific variables, for example, a credible source. Conversely, when individuals are inspired and ready to ponder the message, they will put together their frames of mind concerning the examination of the benefits of the proof. Therefore, under high handling conditions, a feeble message will be low in influence, even within sight of a profoundly dependable or agreeable source. Self-produced contentions in pretending, for instance, are particularly substantial, since people will, in general, be less impervious to their considerations and thoughts. When belief is high, the message commonly turns out to be increasingly influential as contention quality increases. Nonetheless, if individuals feel also influenced to change their frames of mind, they may react horribly to the message, despite the quality of the purposes behind the change. Likewise, dread interests, for example, those intended to check undesirable practices that are too uneasily stirring, can lead individuals to abstain from considering the message protectively. Indeed, investigation has demonstrated that dread interests are best when the news is pertinent, the dread stimulated is moderate, and a reasonable, feasible answer for the issue is displayed. Likewise, with source factors, the ELM's numerous jobs speculation holds that message factors can impact influence in a few unique ways. For instance, messages that have been custom-made to coordinate the premise of the beneficiary's frame of mind are commonly more convincing than words that befuddle. For example, religious sorts are more convinced by messages surrounded ethically. Likewise, demeanors dependent on sentiments or influence will, in general, be more impacted by effectively based words, while mentalities dependent on considerations and insights will, in general, be influenced more by psychologically based messages. How does coordinating work? Under low handling conditions, coordinating may prompt influence through a heuristic that words that match are great. Under high handling conditions, nonetheless, coordinating inclinations emphatically prepares the message. That is, substantial contentions that match inspire more great considerations than make allegations that befuddle. At the point when the measure of reasoning isn't obliged to be either high or low, coordinating expanded examination of the message, which prompts influence if the contentions in the news are convincing. Be that as it may, if a coordinated message isn't sufficiently able to conquer the first frame of mind, a muddled message that guides beneficiaries to consider the demeanor object in another manner might be progressively influential. Other message factors influence along these lines. Beneficiary variables in persuasion. The beneficiary is the objective individual or group of spectators who gets the critical message. Likewise, with the source and message, various beneficiary qualities have been found to impact mentality change. A considerable lot of these beneficiary variables have appeared to pursue the multiple jobs theory of the ELM and can influence in a few distinct ways. For instance, when effortful reasoning is low, An individual's state of mind fills in as a primary fringe signal. I feel better, so I should concur with the message. At the point when effortful reasoning is high, be that as it may, disposition has appeared to serve in different jobs. For instance, under high reasoning conditions, the mindset has one-sided the beneficiary's considerations. That is, sure disposition encourages the recovery of other positive musings or represses the regeneration of negative contemplations. Figuring progressively positive reviews will, at that point, lead to increasingly ideal frames of mind. Under high reasoning conditions, an individual's state of mind has additionally been examined as contention and influenced the trust in individuals' contemplations. At the point when the measure of reasoning was not compelled to be high or low, temperament affected the means of preparing. In particular, individuals in positive states of mind tend not to take part in effortful reasoning, apparently because they need to keep up their positive temperaments. Be that as it may, those in positive states of mind will contemplate a message, and when it is required to advocate something charming. Individuals in negative temperaments have appeared to participate in effortful preparation of the word, paying little respect to whether it is relied upon to be pleasant or horrendous. One clarification for this is individuals in terrible states of mind are in a critical thinking mood, and believing is related to critical thinking. Some beneficiary factors influence individuals' inspiration to process the message attentively. The requirement for comprehension is an individual distinction that alludes to how much individuals take part in and appreciate thinking. Those highly deprived of perception will, in general, like reasoning and search out assignments and exercises that are subjectively captivating. All in all, these people are bound to painstakingly consider the benefits of the message, notwithstanding when it isn't significant. In that capacity, they will put together their frames of mind concerning the quality of the proof. Those low, deprived for comprehension, notwithstanding, loathe deduction to such an extent and will, in general, maintain a strategic distance from assignments that require broad reasoning. Like this, they are bound to frame their mentalities dependent on elemental affiliations and heuristics instead of on effortful evaluations of the proof. Those low deprived for comprehension can be inspired to process the message cautiously. However, they require more noteworthy motivating force to do as such. Variables in persuasion, the context involved. For the most part, the impact of a first convincing, influential intrigue diminishes after some time as data about the message rots in memory. In any case, it has been demonstrated that words related with a sign that limits or debilitates the underlying effect of a message containing substantial contentions, for example, a dishonest source, may not change frames of mind at first, however, can prompt influence at later. This is known as the sleeper impact. It happens because the limiting signal rots in memory quicker than contemplations about the essential factors. For example, the way and conditions wherein the message is given can likewise impact influence. That is, how the word is displayed can be as significant as what is exhibited. For instance, an enticing intrigue that is presented in a composed organization, e.g., in a paper, is commonly simpler to process than is one out of a sound configuration, e.g., on the radio, since individuals can slow the pace of their perusing or rehash to ensure they comprehend the contention. And when individuals are diverted by some factor, e.g., boisterous clamor in the room, they might be not able to ponder the message and will instead pursue the fringe course to influence. Likewise, just connecting the word with something positive, e.g., a pleasant dinner, or rehashing it a few times can be utilized to make the frame of mind item appear to be progressively positive with practically no effortful reasoning. Persuasion, the process of changing another person's attitudes, beliefs, or behaviors, is influenced by a combination of source, message, and recipient variables. Source variables, such as believability and attractiveness, impact attitude change. Believability is influenced by expertise and trustworthiness, while attractiveness encompasses physical appearance, likability, and similarity to the recipient. Highly believable and attractive sources tend to be more persuasive. As sage variables play a crucial role in persuasion, the quality of content, particularly under conditions where the recipient is engaging in high elaboration, positively influences attitude change. Additionally, customizing the message to align with the recipient's frame of mind, such as appealing to their goals or values, enhances persuasion. Recipient variables moderate the effects of persuasion. Mood, need for cognition, the tendency to engage in thoughtful consideration of information, and involvement in the topic influence how receptive individuals are to persuasive messages. Positive moods, high need for cognition, and high involvement generally enhance persuasion. Contextual factors also impact persuasion. The modality of the message, whether it is presented verbally, written, or visually, can influence attitude change. Distractions such as background noise or competing stimuli can hinder persuasion by diverting attention away from the message. Furthermore, associations between the source, message, or context with positive or negative feelings can influence attitude change. Chapter 3: Attitudes toward Persuasion. Sometimes people's behavior may contradict their attitudes. For example, despite disliking fish, I once ordered a fish dish at a business dinner. This seemingly odd choice can be explained by the specific circumstances. At that particular dinner, the menu offered only 3 entry options: beef, shrimp, or a stuffed fish fillet. Having tried and disliked both beef and shrimp at previous dinners, I was not particularly excited about any of the choices. However, the seafood stuffing inside the fish fillet caught my attention. It sounded delicious, and I decided to give it a try. While I didn't enjoy the fish itself, the seafood stuffing lived up to my expectations. It was a compromise that allowed me to participate in the meal and still satisfy my craving for seafood. This example illustrates that attitudes, while influential, are not always determinative of behavior. The precise origins of attitudes remain enigmatic. However, according to Abraham Tesser, these attributes are ingrained in our genetic makeup. Tesser posits that our emotions towards specific topics, our temperaments, our thought processes in social situations, and our personality traits are essentially the result of our parents' DNA merging to create us. While attitudes can be learned, certain cherished beliefs, ideas, and many of our attitudes are shaped by external factors, such as societal norms, the beliefs of our friends and family, and our culture. Some individuals even form extreme positive or negative attitudes towards neutral objects based on learned attitudes. An illustrative example is a person who harbors a deep-seated fear of taking any form of oral medication, even when necessary for treating an illness, due to growing up in a household with a parent addicted to prescription painkillers. The communicator. When it comes to persuasion, factors that create influence from the communicator include things such as trustworthiness, how attractive the person is, whether or not they are an expert on the topic, and an evaluation of the communicator's credibility. It is often said that former President John Kennedy won the 1960 presidential election because of the first televised presidential debates. The turning point in the election came during the first debate. Nixon, who had recently been hospitalized, was seen to be pale and underweight. He sweated a lot under the lights on the stage, and because he didn't wear makeup, his 5 o'clock shadow was prominent. He looked sick, unkempt, and shifty in his television debut, and it cost him the election. The message. Factors that influence the message include whether or not the message is reasonable. Sometimes emotions, such as hate, are used, and any other source of information to back up claims are often common components of a strong persuasive message. One prominent example is the Westboro Baptist Church. The Westboro Baptist Church is unequivocally a hate group, and they regularly spend their time protesting events, funerals, and organizations in conflict with their beliefs. After the 2016 Pulse nightclub terror attack, the Westboro Baptist Church publicly celebrated the deaths of 49 people and the injury of 53 others, all members of the LGBTQ community. Their claim was that the attack was God's punishment against the members of this community, and others who share their beliefs may be persuaded to join their congregation based on their hateful message. The audience, Knowing information about those you are trying to persuade is an invaluable piece of information, as it helps you construct your argument around the demographics and preferences of the group. Trying to persuade the members of a Steak of the Month club to adopt a vegan lifestyle is not likely to go as well as making that same appeal to a group of vegetarians. The channel refers to how the attempt to persuade is made. Are you attempting to persuade people to come to your restaurant for dinner? Then using a TV ad with images of your food and a fun or intimate atmosphere may be more successful than a radio spot. The channel can include print items like posters or flyers, conversation, and the internet as well. The context of the situation includes aspects of the environment, group dynamics, and other factors surrounding the purpose of the message. One of the controversial arguments in favor of more laws for gun control is the context that when the Second Amendment to the Constitution was written, there were no federally funded military branches, as the U.S. was still in its infancy as a country. The argument is that because we now have national military branches, there should be changes to the Second Amendment allowing for limitations on gun ownership. Social cognition. Social cognition is a newer area of social psychology that examines how individuals think about, perceive, and remember things about other people. The idea is that people think about others differently than they do non-social targets. One of the significant areas of research in social cognition is attributions, or the explanations we give to people's behavior, including our own. For example, my 2-year-old is having a tantrum because he's overtired. Attributions can include internal factors, such as personality traits, character, and disposition. XVI, an example of an internal attribution, is my inclination to return a lost wallet to its owner because it's the right thing to do. There are also external attributions, which consist of an almost endless list of factors that influence individuals. This includes factors like socioeconomic status, traffic, or having a cold, just to name a few. I came home from work last night in a foul mood because I spent 2 hours stuck in bumper traffic on the freeway. This is an example of an external attribution. I might have also worked a double shift and had a runny nose, contributing to my mood and my reactions to my family. There are a number of biases associated with attributions as well. Many of these concern protecting the inner self and explaining away behavior that makes us vulnerable or forces us to examine our own mortality in place of a simple explanation, preventing such worrisome examination. One example is blaming others for your problems rather than seeing how your own actions caused you to end up in a bind. It's a lot easier to say that your power got cut off because you didn't get enough hours at work or because your car insurance went up than it is to say you couldn't afford to pay your power bill because you called in sick Monday because you were hungover and your car insurance went up because you got a speeding ticket. One of the other key concepts in social cognition is an accurate assessment of reality. Reality is truly complex, and so, as humans, we create simplified versions of reality that shade how we see the world. One way that we do this is through stereotypes. Stereotypes have a grain of truth in them, but we know they are really overly generalized assumptions we make about a group of people. Some common stereotypes we either face or even propagate on a daily basis include Asians are good at math, girls aren't good at sports, Jews are greedy. It doesn't take a lot of personal experience or even research to delve into these stereotypes and find out they are grossly misrepresentative of an entire population of people. Another way we simplify reality is by creating scripts for certain behaviors, such as grocery shopping, walking the dog, or even washing the dishes. Self-concept, generally speaking. A self-concept encompasses the entirety of the beliefs a person has about themselves. However, according to Hazel Marcus, self-concept is really a group of cognitive molecules used to create self-schemas. Self-schemas are made up of the beliefs we have about ourselves and, in turn, guide how we process self-reliant information. One example of self-schemas would be a working mother and all of the different identities, or selves housed in this single person. Working mother would have an employee self who undertakes the roles of her job to make sure it is getting done currently and efficiently. a parenting self that ensures her children are fed a nutritious dinner, get to school on time, and are given kisses each night they are tucked into bed, and possibly a partner self who she allows to share her dreams with, like a significant other, engaging in sexual activity with that partner, and also helping maintain the family unit with that partner. All of these different selves have particular roles in this one person's life, but it is the individual selves that direct actions and behaviors to ensure the roles are completed correctly. In our individual worlds, the self holds a place of highest regard. Our attention is most often directed back at ourselves. The value of self-concept is so important that extensive research has been conducted on the topic. Most of the research focuses on the cognitive piece of self-concept, the self-schema, as well as an evaluative piece, self-esteem. In the field of social psychology, maintaining a healthy self-esteem is viewed as the primary human motivation. X6 interpersonal phenomena. If interpersonal phenomena are the innate feelings and attitudes we have about ourselves, interpersonal phenomena represent the feelings and attitudes we hold from outside influences. Our relationships and communication with others affect the areas of interpersonal attraction, group dynamics, and social influence, which are discussed in more depth below. Interpersonal attraction. Interpersonal attraction refers to all the forces that cause people to like one another, establish relationships, and even fall in love. XXX, it is our relationships with others that can cause us to behave in both prosocial and antisocial ways. Interpersonal attraction may cause us to help our would-be partner in ways we most definitely would not assist someone we weren't attracted to. The comedian Ali Wong, in her Netflix stand-up special Baby Cobra, hilariously jokes about how she landed her husband. One of her clever strategies was making her boyfriend's lunch for him every day. She states that by helping him, she hoped he would become dependent on her and ask her to marry him. While this is all in jest, doing things for others to build and strengthen relationships is a pro-social aspect of interpersonal attraction. Just ask anyone who has helped their best friend move a couch into their 3-story walk-up apartment. It is also possible to behave antisocially due to interpersonal attraction. This could be the quintessential jealous boyfriend or jealous girlfriend. Jealousy is a strong emotion, and people have gotten into fights with innocent parties over it, and even killed over their attraction to their partner. One rather famous case of extreme jealousy is that of Elizabeth Betty Broderick's 1989 murders of her ex-husband, Don, and his new wife, Linda, as they slept peacefully in their bed. Betty had financially supported Don and their children through both law school and medical school. After his completion of his degrees and success as a medical malpractice attorney, Don divorced Betty in order to continue an affair with his assistant, Linda Kulkiner. Don and Betty's divorce was contentious and took 4 years to resolve, during which time Betty's behavior became increasingly violent and erratic. This included defying a restraining order Don had taken out against Betty, preventing her from coming onto his property. Betty drove her car into the front door of Don's house. Despite the fact her own children were inside, Don and Linda were married in 1989, just after the divorce was finalized, and Betty killed them both after less than 6 months. Betty's insane jealousy of Don and his new wife were the antisocial behaviors that led to a double murder. Group dynamics. Groups are defined as 2 or more people connected together through social relationships. When individuals in the group interact, they influence one another, and most groups share a common identity. Groups are important parts of an individual's life because they are often a source of social support, resources, and they help the individual form a self-identity. Many people define themselves by the groups they belong to. Additionally, many groups have clear norms, roles, and relations. X6A. Norms are the implied rules that all the members are expected to follow. AB roles refers to the specific expectations for particular members of the group. ASE relations are the patterns within the group that show liking, differences in status, or leadership within the group. One example of these different qualities in a group setting is that of the Italian-American mafia. Mafia families have very clear-cut norms for existing within their unit. Some of these rules include only those members of Italian descent are permitted to become made guys, getting permission from the boss before carrying out a hit, and the concept of omerta, the refusal to discuss crimes or rat out others to the authorities. Roles within a mafia family include soldiers, capos, consigliere, underboss, and boss. Each of these roles have particular responsibilities and perks associated with them, and not staying within the confines of your assigned role could be a deadly offense. Mafia families also show their preference for certain members by moving them up in the ranks from soldier to capo or caputo consigliere. Often the consigliere is the boss's most trusted advisor. Social influence. Social influence is defined by how others impact the thoughts, feelings, and behaviors of others. As a result, there is a lot of overlap in the research on social influence, attitudes, and persuasion. Social influence and group dynamics are also closely related, as a lot of social influences occur within groups. The three main aspects of social influence are conformity, obedience, and compliance. There have been a number of fascinating psychological studies on these aspects, and we will discuss some of those in depth later in this book. Another area of social influence is the self-fulfilling prophecy. The self-fulfilling prophecy is based on a set of expectations that in turn cause the individual to behave in such a way that the expectation occurs. Have you ever walked into a job interview with the expectation you will get the position? Because you are confident the job is yours. Your answers are on point. You have a personality that displays a fit for the company culture, and you are relaxed and poised as you meet all your new co-workers and the boss. Because you performed so well in the interview, the company calls the following week to offer you the job. This is a perfect example of the self-fulfilling prophecy. Methods. Social psychology versus social neuroscience. Social psychology. The methodology practiced by social scientists in both lab and field settings involve the use of empirical science to test hypotheses and answer questions about human behavior. Out of the necessity to produce high-quality studies, social psychologists pay special attention to experimental design, sampling, and their statistical analysis. High-quality studies that are planned and executed carefully are often published in peer-reviewed journals, which, for those researchers working in academia, is vital to tenure and promotion. Social psychologists have a preference for controlled studies, where they manipulate independent variables to measure the effect on a dependent variable. XCIO studies in social psychology will use either experimental methods, observational methods, or correlational methods. Experimental methods are used to measure how a specific variable is affected by an environmental variable. Observational methods are strictly descriptive and take place in the individual's natural setting. Correlational methods measure the statistical association between two naturally occurring variables. Persuasive, if we look at each of these methods to examine the uptick in shark attacks, when there is also an increase in ice cream sales in our beachside town. These would be the difference between different methodologies. Experimental, purchasing the same amount of ice cream from local vendors every day for 30 days to evaluate the occurrence of shark attacks during that same 30-day period. Observational, unobtrusively video recording the beach and oceanfront to examine behaviors of beachgoers and swimmers on days when shark attacks occur and whether or not they are eating ice cream. Correlational, examining all the shark attacks in the area over a 12-month period and reviewing the total ice cream sales during the same period to discover the statistical relationship between ice cream sales and shark attack. Social neuroscience. Because of the biological component of social neuroscience that is not present in social psychology, methods practiced in social neuroscience, experimentation, often rely on the use of imaging and equipment used to measure brain activity. This equipment can include fMRI scans, EPT scans, NIRS caps, and EEGs, just to name a few. This is hardly an exhaustive list of technology used in social neuroscience. It is important to note that each of the tests and measures used to evaluate biological activity in the brain and how it is affected by behavioral events can only provide correlational data. In social science, there is a research phrase many scientists firmly believe in: correlation doesn't equal causation. However, most social neuroscience studies cannot prove causation because there are any number of other factors that could contribute to the study's findings. Something as simple as another stimulus in the room or even the subject's thoughts can trigger brain activity, and scientists cannot be certain of the exact cause of their data. XXV, any social neuroscience experiments rely on their test subject to self-report data. This is such an invaluable method for scientists because they are able to better understand what was happening to the test subject during the experiment. One exception to the limitations of social neuroscience studies is that studies examining hormones are able to infer causation by administering a particular hormone to the test group and a placebo to the control group. In addition to self-reported measures, many social neuroscience studies rely on observational methods and performance-based measures, response time or accuracy, which are all primarily psychological methods. XZI, the Asch experiments. The Asch conformity experiments are one type of the fascinating psychological studies mentioned previously in this book. The studies were completed by Dr. Solomon Asch and were designed to measure how people would conform to a majority group, even if the group was incorrect. In the Asch studies, all of the participants, except the individual being evaluated, were actors. The actors understood the true purpose of the study, but the test subject did not. Subjects were asked to look at a card with a reference line. Participants were then asked to look at another card with 3 lines, 2 of which were obviously shorter or longer than the reference line. Participants were then asked to state aloud which line was the same length as the reference sample. The actors in the group all agreed prior to the start of each experiment which line they were going to report as matching the reference sample. In some cases, the actor's response would be correct, and in others it would be intentionally incorrect. The experiments were designed in such a way that each test subject would always provide their response last. Each test subject underwent the experiment 18 times. On the first and second run-throughs, all of the actors gave correct responses, followed by an incorrect response in the third trial. The remaining 15 trials were then used to measure the question of the study: how many times will the test subject change their answer to provide a confirming response? 11 of the remaining 15 trials provided the obviously incorrect response, and these 11 trials combined with the third trial, first incorrect response, made up the 12 critical trials of the study. The results of the study showed that in the control group, those experiments where a test subject underwent no pressure to provide a specific response, the error rate was less than 1. However, in the test group, 36.80% of test subjects conformed to the majority response provided by the actors, and 75% of all test subjects gave at least one incorrect answer in response to pressure from the actors. The debriefing interviews of the test subjects provided significant information into why test subjects who had responded incorrectly had done so. Many of them reported that they did not actually believe the conforming response to be correct, but they were afraid of being ridiculed or thought of as weird. However, there were some test subjects who stated they truly believed the incorrect response was indeed correct. This told Asch that people primarily conform to the group for 2 major reasons: because they want to fit in, and because they think the group is more well-informed than they are. Social psychology studies how people think, perceive, and remember information about others. Factors influencing persuasion include communicator credibility, message content, audience characteristics, communication channel choice, and context. Social cognition involves attributing behavior to internal or external factors. Self-concept involves beliefs about oneself, and interpersonal phenomena involve feelings and attitudes towards others. Interpersonal attraction, group dynamics, and social influence contribute to interpersonal phenomena. Social psychology uses empirical methods to test hypotheses about human behavior. Chapter 4: How to be more persuasive. Persuasion is not about being pushy or manipulative. It involves gentle coaxing and tactical strategies similar to manipulation, but it never forces people to act against their will. Despite the common misconception that people make their own decisions based solely on their thoughts, persuasion significantly influences decision-making. Persuasion is a valuable skill to possess. Success in various aspects of life, both at home and at work, often relies on the ability to effectively communicate one's ideas and opinions. Persuasive individuals can convince customers to purchase products, secure salary increments from their bosses, obtain favors from colleagues, influence their partners to handle chores, and even persuade toddlers to eat disliked foods. While some people may appear naturally gifted in persuasion, it is a skill that anyone can acquire and utilize. There are numerous clever strategies to make people agree to ideas, listen to opinions, purchase products or services, offer extra tips, carry out favors, and generally grant wishes or requests. These techniques empower individuals to influence others positively and achieve greater life outcomes. Use of persuasive techniques. Clever language. The ability to convince people to buy into an idea first starts with how you present an idea. It involves the kind of language that you use. To be persuasive, you must use clever language. The word you gets people's attention. It makes the subject matter relevant to the audience and keeps them attentive. It also speaks directly to the audience, which evokes attention. Another way of using clever language is to add catchy phrases to a speech, as well as phrases that throw people off. Talking about silver cabbage will attract people's attention, rather than talking about green cabbage. The silver cabbage is an element of surprise, and is a good step towards catching people's attention and building an unforgettable message. Positive words and loaded phrases, such as all natural, can get people to buy into a product. Many advertisers use these phrases because they have a reputation of attracting consumers. The use of imagery also works to give people a good first impression before speaking any words. Authority. When people use authority figures to deliver a message, they increase their chances of persuasion. People trust authority figures and believe that authority figures are less likely to be wrong. Authority is the reason why businesses use popular bloggers or people with a huge number of social media followers to advertise their products. Another example of this technique is a person introducing himself or herself as a doctor before pitching the sale of a new drug. By making his or her expertise known, the person is likely to get a better response than a pharmaceutical sales rep who has little knowledge in the medical field. The expertise of the doctor is what people trust, and they would be willing to try out the drug because the doctor who has studied medicine knows what he or she is talking about. Likewise, other symbols of authority, such as uniforms and badges, can affect how easily people arrive at a decision. Liking. People are likely to say yes to people they consider as friends and no to people who are considered as strangers. Given this reason, it is important in business to connect with the customer before pitching a sale. Being friendly to people gives you a good start and goes a long way. Sometimes, no matter how good a brand is, people may not succeed at convincing customers to buy from them because they have failed to connect with their customers. People connect more with the persons behind the brand than the brand itself. People also listen to people who are familiar or similar to them, as well as people who dish out compliments. What seems like negligible and innocent associations among people can greatly influence feelings and decisions. A door attendant, for example, may feel obliged to do a favor for a tenant who always says good morning to him as he leaves for work and asks about his day when he returns in the evening. The same door attendant may refuse to get the door or assist a snobbish tenant with their luggage. Commitment and consistency. It is almost impossible to persuade people when you are not interested in what you are selling or pitching. Others can see your commitment to a particular cause or thing and influence others to follow you. Consistency is also equally important as commitment. When you constantly talk to people about a particular thing, eventually you retain their attention. Another way of using commitment and consistency to your advantage is getting an audience to make commitments towards something and reminding them of their commitment constantly and consistently. Eventually, they have no option but to honor their commitment through your consistent efforts. Reciprocation. People are more inclined to do a favor for someone who has done something nice for them in the past. People can use this principle in persuasion. When you do something nice for people, then ask them to support you in return, they will feel obliged to do that which you request them to do. If you are in business, for example, you can offer people free consultations or discounts. Then, when you ask people to come to your premises, they will feel obligated because of the free service that you have rendered to them. Another good example of the power of reciprocity is tipping. A waiter who offers a gift to his or her customers when they finish their meals is more likely to receive a tip than one who does not. If the same waiter also gives an extra mint, then the customer will feel obligated to leave a bigger tip than he had planned for. The technique of reciprocity can get people to do smaller favors by first asking them for big favors. When you can ask a person for a big request and they decline, you ask them for a smaller request. The person is likely to say yes to the smaller request because of the compromise you have made of reducing the size of your request. Social influence. Human beings are social animals, and they tend to follow certain paths just because other people have taken the same path before them. They also tend to follow what other people are doing, even if they do not agree with it. Others even follow masses of people blindly and believe that what the other people are doing must be the right thing, which means that they too should join the party. Businesses use social influence to attract customers. They use testimonials from previous customers to attract new customers. People are likely to buy into a product when they see other people known or not known to them using a product. Social proof also explains the reasons why people begin drinking, despite the numerous health concerns and bad taste associated with such habits. It is the number one reason people act similarly as their peers. Being scarce, giving certain services to only subscribers, limiting seats, products, or the duration to access a certain product is also another tactic very useful in persuasion. This tactic of scarcity creates a sense of urgency and prompts a person to take action. Otherwise, they risk losing out. Scarcity also uses the principle of supply and demand. When something appears to be in low supply, the demand for it goes up. If, for example, a person can convince people that a certain product is available for a short time and in low quantity, then the demand for the product goes up, and people are more likely to rush to clear the product stock. Another example of the technique of scarcity in play is a child getting to her last cookie. He or she will savor and enjoy this last treat because they are about to experience the scarcity of their delicious treat. Anchoring, for example, in pricing, can be a very useful tool for persuasion. Car sales representatives, especially, know how to make use of this technique. When a customer wants to purchase a car, they normally quote a higher value for the customer to leave room for the customer to bargain. For example, if a car is worth $13,000, a sales representative might quote for you $15,000. Any reasonable person will want to bargain the price that he or she gets at first. After lengthy negotiations, both of you will finally agree on $13,000, and both of you will somehow be contemptuous with the negotiated price. You, as the customer, will feel especially happy because of the $2,000 that you have saved. What you are probably not aware of is that the initial price of the car was an anchor to try to lure or persuade you into getting the car for its actual value. What you thought was a good deal turns out to be the real value of the car. This tactic is very popular in business, and it gets customers to purchase items without offering them much of a discount, putting your audience at ease. Persuasive people have excellent communication skills. They are good listeners. They listen not to respond, but to understand what is important to other people. When people believe that people have heard their message, they can concentrate on what another person is saying. Persuasive people also tend to focus on other people instead of themselves. They always have other people's interests in mind. They do not use words such as I want or I think. They take what they are selling and make it seem like it is something that you need. They explain their suggestions in a way that is of benefit to you. Persuaders also put their audience at ease by maintaining proper eye contact. They do not gaze at a person for too long or hold stare downs. They also show empathy and are open-minded. Persuasive people also remain calm and relaxed, no matter what response they encounter, establishing a rapport. For you to be more persuasive, you must learn to build rapport with people before anything else. People who greet you and ask about how you are faring before asking for a favor are simply trying to establish a rapport so that you are likely to grant them their request. The same concept works in many other areas, whether you want people to buy a product or want them to accept an idea or opinion. How can people easily establish rapport? Building a rapport with a person requires you to mirror and match your body language to those you are speaking to. If the person or people use hand gestures, you must also use hand gestures. If they move in a certain way, you should move in the same way. Mirroring body language suggests that you should move your left hand when the person you are speaking moves his or her right hand. However, the key to mirroring is to remain subtle and sincere when copying the other person's movement. Another way of building rapport is to match your voice to the other party. The tone and volume of your voice are important in how people receive and act upon your message. The pace at which you speak should also match the pace of those you are speaking to. If a person is speaking to you using very low tones, you must follow suit. If he or she is loud, you can also speak loudly, showing vulnerability. The most important aspect of persuasion is establishing a connection with your audience or the people or person you are trying to persuade. One way of getting people to trust you and your credibility is by showing them that you are vulnerable and thus human. People get disarmed when you tell them of your mistakes. The moment you start speaking of your failures, and of course how you overcame them, or what you did to prevent the same mistake from happening a second time, you begin to get people's attention. Speaking about your fears also helps people relate better to you. Some may argue that this is a terrible thing to do, but showing people that you are human to draw them closer to you is a good idea. Building unity and trust through showing vulnerability is also far more important than the content of what you are presenting to people. Speaking of downfalls is also another way that makes you appear human and believable. Using names. Persuasive people are pleasers. They know how to make people happy and feel important. One way they do so is by referring to people by their names. They do not just greet you. Leave it at that. They go ahead and ask for your name and address you by it every time they talk to you. When you refer to someone by their name, you make them feel validated. Going the extra mile of pointing out where you met or mentioning the last conversation that you had makes a person feel like they matter because you took the time to register their faces and the encounter that you had. Even if you do not have a good memory, mastering names can be a good brain exercise. Devising creative ways of remembering names can prove to be of benefit later on. Offering value. When an individual offers them something of value, people can be easily persuaded. Before you offer people things, it is important to find out what they need or value. You can also make whatever you are offering to appear to be of value by anticipating possible objections. Before people can even begin to tell you why something does not work for them, you should already have a solution for them. However, sometimes it is important to have confidence in the value of what you are offering and let it sell for itself. Forcing people into something might have the opposite effect. If something is of value to them, it will persuade them, not necessarily the person. Self-deprecating. Ironically, self-deprecating people are very confident people. They are fully aware of their weaknesses and shortcomings and know how to use them to their advantage. They are not afraid of pointing out their faults to other people. In fact, they do it openly, but in a humorous way. Self-deprecation is also a way of showing that you are vulnerable, which, as earlier indicated, draws people close to you. It also helps people not to take you too seriously, especially if you are in a position of authority. It makes you more approachable by setting aside your superiority and minimizing the difference in status. Self-deprecation also fosters trust. When you reveal to people your shortcomings, you are showing honesty, and people tend to appreciate honest people. Honest people give honest opinions, and if they say that a certain product is valuable, then chances are that it is truly valuable. Self-deprecation should, however, be used cautiously. You do not want people to think of you as a loser. It should be humorous, and if it happens spontaneously, the better. Anecdotes, which are small personal stories, can also be used in a self-deprecating manner. However, they have to be short, real, and to the point. Epigrammatic, which are short, informative statements, can also make you appear less of a know-it-all. An example of a good epigrammatic used to self-deprecate is a saying by Oscar Wilde that states, "I'm not young enough to know everything." People can also use self-deprecating statements to break the ice, especially if they are humorous jokes. They lighten the mood and put both parties at ease. Part of being good at persuasion is recognizing persuasive techniques that are in use on you. Take a moment to think about some of the reasons why you did something for someone or agreed to something. Chances are one of the above techniques was used to convince you to arrive at doing what you did. You can also undertake this experiment. Sit down and open a random television channel and note down the different persuasion techniques in use to convince you to tune into another show, to buy a certain product, to seek a certain service, or to visit a certain holiday destination. By becoming aware of these techniques, you can begin to appreciate and understand the power of persuasion, as well as begin to apply it in your life. People achieve persuasion through being knowledgeable and confident about what you are trying to persuade others to take in. The above techniques can help you easily make the conversions that you want, but your knowledge and confidence are also important. Avoiding long pauses and saying words like makes you look unprepared. Using a word like I can work to your disadvantage. It detaches you from your audience. Using we and you is likely to draw the attention that you want. Body language also matters. If you appear nervous and fidget a lot, you may fail to convince people about what you have to offer because their attention will be on how nervous you are instead of the message that you are trying to pass across. Using humor in persuasion. Persuasion is the process of changing a person's attitude or behavior using logical statements and arguments. Humor can have a significant role in affecting the view-changing process of that person. One has to apply it appropriately in a persuasive message to ensure a maximum and desired impact on the target audience. Have you ever noticed that some advertisements on television have some humor in them? Langston Hughes, who was an American poet, once described it as laughing at what you have not gotten when you ought to have it. A person can use humor to influence someone else's perspective or actions. The key to successfully doing so is to know how to incorporate it fittingly in a persuasive message. The points below indicate how humor functions and how you can use it when trying to persuade others. Humor should be relevant. A person organizes their knowledge and information in mental memory systems called schemas. They activate the significant schema whenever they think of something. Humor is relevant when one uses it regarding the body of information and knowledge that they have. A person should be able to portray the setting of a joke mentally. They should also identify and impede a discrepancy in the various interpretations while maintaining only the funny ones. An individual who applies these will be able to understand the joke and enable others who are listening to be in on the fun they want to impart. Relevancy comes in when one uses the knowledge of the audience concerning the intention of the persuasive message. A mental connection should exist between the joke and the actual situation or product that someone is addressing. Humor makes people laugh or find amusement, which means that it can cause them to have a good mood. Such good feelings bring in positive responses where the audience becomes more open and willing to follow the message that one is trying to convey. Humor should be unforeseen, in that the audience establishes the connection of the communication with the information from their schema to mentally connect ideas and interpret the funny meaning. Thus, the more relevant the humor application is, the more influential it is on the audience. How to use humor to your advantage. Humor can bring many positive results when a person uses it. The important thing that one needs to understand when using humor is to know when to employ it in their message. Sometimes an individual is funny with witty comments, but applying their amusement at the wrong thing in the wrong way can result in embarrassing, awkward, and even offensive situations. So, how can a person use humor appropriately and make the best out of it? 3 essential factors help one to employ humor in the best possible ways. Understanding these factors will enable you to use fun to your advantage by assisting you to know when, how, and where to use it appropriately. A. Know the audience. Finding a joke to be funny or having a sense of humor is subjective. Hence, a person has to combine their knowledge and that of the target audience to ensure everyone can understand the intended fun. Knowing and understanding one's audience enables them to avoid awkward scenarios. They avoid saying jokes, which may offend the audience or those that they do not find to be funny. They should research to find out about the audience's memory schemas. They then learn how they can make a relevant, humorous link between those schemas and the message they are conveying. E. Integrating. One uses humor when they can extract it from the subject matter that they are addressing and consequently applying it relevantly. A person should introduce it at a suitable time and in the appropriate context, which the audience will be able to connect with and understand. For instance, advertisers should use unexpected humor at a proper time in the commercial to ensure that customers will always recall the product. The integration of fun refers to comedic timing, where there is perfect alignment between context and fitting mood. AC. Expression style. One should use simple and direct language to ensure the audience fully comprehends the intended message and accompany humor. If it involves verbal communication, a person should ensure to use an expressive voice in conveying their message and humorous lines, which captivates the audience even further. Humor contained in a passionate message helps the audience to feel the context as though they were relieving it and grasp the mood quickly as well. The benefit of humor in persuasion. Humor can play an essential part in influencing the attitudes and conduct of other people. A persuasive message with a sense of humor will have a positive impact on the target audience, which in turn will make them more likely to change their opinions accordingly. The following are some of the benefits of using humor in the persuasion process. A. Better health. They say laughter is the best medicine, and the purpose of humor is to get people to laugh at a situation or themselves. Good fun makes a person laugh, which in turn makes them happy and allows them to be in a good mood and a positive mindset. Positive feelings on the inside translate into positivity on the physical outside. It leads to better health and psychological well-being. Good health gives a person the energy to try out new things. Hence, they are more open to receiving influence from other people. B. Builds rapport. Humor helps to build rapport with others and makes people likable. Liking is one of the crucial principles of persuasion, where a person is more receptive to someone they like. They will readily listen to and cooperate with those who they see as being likable. Humor thus helps in persuasion by making the people involved to be friendly. See obtaining concessions. Humor creates a feel-good factor and makes the listener relax and be in a good mood. This good mood enables them to have an open mind and be more likely to listen to suggestions and provide concessions that a person requests. It allows a person to influence the party of interest to make decisions that will lead to the provision of permits along with other requests. D. Improves communication. Humor leads to enhanced communication because it captures the attention of an audience. Relevant humor keeps the attention of the audience to the words that a person conveys. This attention enables persuasion to occur with ease and makes the intended message memorable to the listeners. The audience will have a better understanding of the meaning of the intended word, as well as comprehend the need for a change in behavior or perspective. E. Relieves tension. Humor causes laughter, which helps the person of interest to relax and diffuse any tension that was taking place. For example, if people were getting tense in arguments during business negotiations, appropriately timed humor can help to release that pressure. This relief enables the people involved in the consultation to influence others better and agree to reach a particular conclusion. F. Positive emotions. Positive emotions lead to a positive mindset. Laughter is a medicine that can turn negative feelings into positive sentiments. A positive person looks at new or different situations, behaviors, or perspectives in a good light. Therefore, they are likely to follow directions that can change their actions and attitudes. Humor creates positive emotions, which make it easier to persuade someone about a particular circumstance or conduct. AG reduces hostility. Humor reduces hostility, which impedes a person's reception to persuasion. Humor can enable people to reduce the hatred that they experience and allow them to solve situations. In this case, fun removes the blinding aspect of hatred and helps the people to identify a problem and accept the significant influence that brings about the solution of the issue of interest. Age improves morale. Humor boosts a person's morale because it enables them to laugh at their situation and make fun of themselves. Negative experiences in life are unavoidable, and being able to laugh at them can help one to improve their morale in an unfavorable position. The improved confidence can help the person to be more open to switching to using new ideas about dealing with a particular problem or situation. I boosts brain power. One needs to be witty and be quick at thinking on their feet to ensure they employ good and relevant humor. Humor thus improves creativity and brain power, which, in turn, can help one to make better decisions regarding a problem or situation. Humor keeps one's brains active and helps them to be more open to changing their approaches to different circumstances. They are more receptive to persuasion since they can think from different and necessary perspectives. Smiling is contagious. People mirror the facial expressions of others in an attempt to understand their feelings. If a person smiles at you, you will find yourself smiling back. Even when a person reads about someone smiling in a book, he or she will also be smiling himself or herself while studying. Smiling is contagious, and it helps a person to try to understand someone else's emotions subconsciously and respond to them appropriately. Smiling creates good sentiments and makes a person appear friendly. Mimicking a smile also allows an individual to reflect on the positive feelings and make them more receptive to the person smiling at them. It makes it easier to get them to listen to what someone is directing, and they are likely to follow the lead of that person. Hence, a person can use smiling appropriately and tactically to prompt good feelings and positive responses, which enable persuasion to occur. Irony. The irony is where an individual uses words in a way that the actual meaning of the phrase is different from the intended purpose. The intended meaning is usually the opposite of the exact meaning of the words. One can use irony to persuade others by showing them the irony of their situation or those of others. They use that observation and understanding of the ridicule or mockery to change their minds or behaviors as necessary. There are 3 types of irony. Understanding them can help someone to know how to apply them when trying to influence the thoughts and actions of others. A. Verbal. A person says words that they do not mean. The meaning of their words is the opposite of the actual meaning of the words that they say. For instance, a person tells someone whom he or she does not like, but is in their home, "Wow, how nice of you to visit us." B. Situational. It takes place when a person is not aware of how a situation affecting someone else will affect him or her. They laugh at someone else without knowing that they will soon be going through a similar circumstance. In writing, it refers to a situation where both the characters and the reading audience do not know how the real event will affect them. Dramatic. This irony takes place when the characters of a story are not aware of what will happen to them, while the reading audience knows of the implication. Humor comes in when the actions of the characters are comedic, if one thinks of the connection between their current conduct and their impending misfortune. Dramatic irony can persuade someone by presenting them with the lessons learned from observing the actions and attitudes of the characters of interest. Irony uses its scenarios and meanings to persuade others. It presents lessons regarding behavior and perceptions in particular situations as the means of convincing a person to change their attitude or actions as needed. Humor is a tool that a person can use in the persuasion process. One needs to understand how humor works concerning the context of interest and appropriate timing. If they apply it correctly and in a relevant situation, then it can become vital in persuading others. It can be a tool for convincing and influencing others to change their thoughts and conducts as necessary. Chapter 5: Persuasive Listening to Influence Human Behavior. How to become a better listener. Listening is the process of paying attention to other people when they talk. Listening involves hearing what others are saying and understanding the message they are trying to convey. Listening consists of 3 processes: affective, The motivation to listen to other people, cognitive, the process of understanding, receiving and interpreting the message being conveyed, behavioral, responding to others with feedback. To become better listeners, we should practice the following techniques. Maintain eye contact to focus on the speaker and avoid distractions. Keep destructive objects, like phones or tablets, away to avoid distractions. Listen attentively, without interrupting or jumping in with suggestions. Wait for the speaker to finish before offering your own input. Be honest about any limitations, such as hearing problems or the need for a break, to ensure effective communication. Listen to learn, not just out of politeness, to gain knowledge and understanding. Ask questions to clarify and gain a deeper understanding of the speaker's message. Repeat back what you have heard to demonstrate understanding and ensure accuracy. Observe the speaker's body language to understand their emotions and intentions. Have an open mind, empathize with the speaker, and avoid forming judgments or opinions too quickly. Become an attentive listener. Research suggests that we only remember between 25% and 50% of what we hear. We all need to improve our listening skills. Here are some useful tips on how to become an attentive listener. Effective listening requires active engagement and attentiveness. Listen attentively, without judgment or interruptions, and pay attention to non-verbal cues that may enhance the message. Connect with the speaker emotionally to increase attention and empathize with their feelings. Maintain eye contact, eliminate distractions, and observe body language and gestures. Use verbal cues and non-verbal gestures to encourage the speaker's expression. Reflect on the message by repeating or paraphrasing it, and ask questions for clarity. Mimic the speaker's expressions and attitudes to show empathy and relate to them. Lean forward slightly when seated. Tilt your head or rest your head on one hand to demonstrate attention. Allow the speaker to finish talking before asking questions, and ensure your questions and responses align with the conversation. Avoid interrupting or rushing the speaker, daydreaming, ignoring unclear points, or asking irrelevant questions. Show respect to the speaker throughout the conversation. How to connect with people. To connect with others. Find common ground through casual conversation. Make them comfortable by being friendly, exuding positive energy, and avoiding negative body language. Offer sincere compliments, focusing on non-physical attributes. Show you're listening by repeating words they've mentioned. Open up and be vulnerable to build trust. Stay true to yourself, as connections work best when you're genuine. Express gratitude to make people feel appreciated, explaining why you're thankful. Remember names to acknowledge individuals and help them feel important. Offer valuable information or referrals to demonstrate your worth. Show empathy and kindness to build deep connections. Do research to boost your confidence and plan conversation starters if needed. The chameleon effect. The chameleon effect refers to the process of subconsciously mimicking other people's mannerisms, facial expressions, attitudes, and behaviors. It is the process of changing behavior or mannerisms to match those of others in a social setting. For example, the chameleon effect occurs when you adopt the mannerisms of a good friend after you spend a lot of time with him or her, or when you take on a French accent after spending time with a family member who lives there. Mostly people mimic others because it has the potential for increasing their likability. People respond better to you when they notice you behaving like them. People who get along well behave the same way because they unintentionally mimic each other. This effect is in use in social situations and can take place in everyday interactions with people. The chameleon effect allows people to think they are similar to others, which in turn can build relationships, making it quite an important social skill. However, the chameleon effect varies from imitation. The difference is that the latter happens consciously, while the other occurs subconsciously. 3 experiments to answer the following questions related to this effect include: do people subconsciously mimic others? The results for this question show that people naturally mimic others, including those they have just met. When we mimic people, do they like us more? The results showed that people indeed mimic others to increase liking. Do people with high perspectives exhibit the chameleon effect more? The result was that high perspective takers showed the chameleon effect more than the low perspective takers. Occurrence. The chameleon effect occurs subconsciously as people interact and communicate with each other. People tend to imitate the attitude, mannerisms, and body postures of those they feel a connection with and have similar interests with. Downside: people with certain medical conditions like autism may be less likely to use the chameleon effect. This is due to their inability to be aware of the actions of others consciously and subconsciously. Therefore, such people may find it hard to establish connections or rapport with others. In addition, normal people are less likely to build a rapport with those with such medical conditions because without mimicry they may appear to be unfriendly, not open and different. These people do not understand non-verbal communication and may find it hard to understand the common cues used in a social setting. Development. When growing up, parents imitate the baby's expressions while vocalizing the emotion. This imitation helps the baby associate the emotion with the expression. As the baby grows, they express their emotions, gestures, and facial expressions by imitating their parents. This action enables them to develop self-control and self-awareness. As they grow, the chameleon effect helps people excel in social situations and help individuals create long-lasting relationships. Power dynamics. People tend to mimic those people with power or high status. Doing so gives them the deceptive impression of high status and allows them to gain favor with a person in power. On the other hand, mimicry can be useful to people with low status because they can use it to persuade those with privileges to help them. This effect works well in situations like job interviews, promotions, and parent-child interactions. Chapter 6. The difference between manipulation, coercion, persuasion, and influence. Manipulation, coercion, persuasion, and sway are all terminologies that describe various aspects of human behavior. Understanding their meaning, as well as how they function, is essential in comprehending human behavior. It can help a person to identify a particular behavior that they exhibit or experience from those around them. The knowledge will allow them to know which conducts they can adapt or improve, and which ones to be cautious about in influencing behavior. Manipulation seeks to change the actions or attitudes of other people using skillfully deceptive and indirect tactics. It aims to obtain control and power over the victims by distorting their minds and exploiting them emotionally. Positive behavioral influences take place with the intent of establishing and continuing constructive relationships. Manipulation aims for a person to benefit at the expense of the victim. Manipulative people use certain tricks and deceitful strategies to coerce others into acting or making decisions that they want. These decisions and behaviors benefit the manipulator but are highly detrimental to the victim of manipulation. They experience emotional and psychological damage or pain due to the effects of manipulation. Manipulators use various means to ensure that they get what they want. They overwhelm a victim with statistics and facts and do not give them enough time to think through a matter before making a decision carefully. They put down the victim by embarrassing them or making statements that target someone's self-esteem, as well as use their weaknesses against them. The manipulator also alters facts to suit their agenda. They also like to act as victims by exaggerating their problems, as well as making the victims feel guilty over situations that are beyond their control. Additionally, they can pretend not to know what someone is talking about and make that individual do what their responsibility was. A person must understand manipulation and the tactics that an individual uses to make others act in a certain way, using underhanded means. Some people are very skillful manipulators, where they can control others without their knowledge. Someone who understands how manipulation works can protect themselves from manipulative people or situations. They can also learn to control themselves and stop when they feel that they are about to manipulate others around them. Coercion involves the use of force or threats on an individual or group of people to make them undertake or refrain from certain activities forcibly. It uses the threat of force, actual power, or a combination of both to elicit conduct that the enforcer wants. Coercion can use social expulsion, psychological pressures, and economic sanctions to ensure that the enforcer gets what they desire. Coercion differs from persuasion in that it uses force and a threat to ensure a person acts in a certain way or makes particular decisions. On the other hand, persuasion looks to convince an individual to act in a certain way by using logical arguments that also appeal to their thought process and feeling. A person uses coercion techniques as a means of obtaining dominance and control over other people. Coercion is a tool that many states use in their governance, as well as periodically employ them in international relations when dealing with a challenging country. Coercion is a cynical tactic, as it uses force and threats as the tools to force other people to act in a certain way. However, pressure can be necessary for some political situations, which require intensity to ensure the progress and prevention of war. One must apply it correctly and in a controlled manner to obstruct abuse of power by the enforcer. Generally, a person uses coercion as a last resort in influencing human behavior when other techniques such as persuasion and influence do not work. Persuasion refers to the process of convincing someone to change their perspectives, feelings, and conduct about a particular situation or person by using objective statements and arguments. There are 6 primary principles of persuasion that one must know to understand how persuasion works. This knowledge will enable a person to identify the situations which require belief, as well as their ability to use it to their advantage. The principles are as follows. 1. Rule of reciprocity. This principle of persuasion follows the practice of doing unto others what you would want them to do unto you. Reciprocity is where a person feels obligated to repay the favor or good deed or service that they received from someone else. They return the support or service they received by treating the person in the same way. It works in that people do good deeds and help others in the hope that they too will receive the same help or kindness when they need it down the line. Some reciprocity actions can be overt, such as a restaurant offering coupons, while others are subtle. This rule also helps a person to achieve a goal that they may not have been able to obtain. It makes people cooperate and work together for the completion of work efficiently and constructive problem solving. 2. Principle of authority. In this principle of persuasion, a person will follow the lead and directions of a person whom they consider an expert in a specific field of interest. They believe that the expert is highly knowledgeable in that area and that they will help them to make quick, convenient, and rational decisions. It depends on the credibility and expertise of an individual to exert appropriate influence. One displays their credentials and knowledge to inform others of the authority they hold in a particular field. They hang their certifications and necessary documents on the walls in their offices, which potential clients can see and study. They also place awards like trophies in display cabinets in their offices. They could also mention their credentials as part of introducing themselves so that the client is well informed about the person with whom they will work. Proper evidence of authority creates a sense of trust, which allows others to believe and follow someone's decision. 3. Principle of consistency. This principle uses active, public, and voluntary commitments to persuade others to act in a certain way. Active involvement is where a person thinks and makes a decision by himself or herself. They use words, either spoken or written, to make a promise independently, which they ensure to follow through successfully. A person uses public commitment by highlighting openly the vows that someone wrote. It promotes accountability of the decision-making process, which influences others to follow suit and adjust their attitudes or conduct. Voluntary involvement is where a person deliberately and consciously chooses to make an individual decision or act in a specific way. People make active and public decisions willingly without anyone forcing or threatening them. The deliberate and voluntary choices and actions enable the person to be consistent in fulfilling the promises they made. It also leads to them consistently and steadily allowing others to place more responsibilities on them. 4. Concept of scarcity. The less available a product is, the more desirable and valuable it is to the people. This principle of persuasion uses the law of supply and demand for the scarcity of an item. The concept uses limited offers, restricted access, along with lost language to create a sense of inadequacy. Restricted access offers people with exclusive access to information, products, or facilities. Loss language uses terms that signal a customer will lose out if they miss purchasing or participating in a particular event. Limited offers comprise time limits as well as a small number of the product on offer. These three features come together to create a sense of scarcity, which urges people to respond accordingly. 5. Principle of consensus. This principle of persuasion uses the idea of safety in numbers, where a person acts after observing the behavior of other people in a similar situation. They copy the feelings and reactions of others who experienced similar circumstances because they initially do not know how to react appropriately. An individual persuades the actions and thoughts of others by referencing the previous behaviors of other people. They could indicate the statistics to show changes due to more people taking specific steps. I-6. Liking principle. This principle states that a person will follow the influence of an individual that they like. A person likes someone similar to them, as well as who cooperates and works towards achieving a common goal. They also love those people who pay them compliments. The liking principle bases positive emotions as a factor that makes others follow the lead or directions of someone else. If a person likes someone, he or she will develop significant and positive sentiments about him or her, which influences their decision-making. They also feel like they can relate to that person of interest, which will make them switch their thoughts and conduct according to the advice or instruction of the individual they like. Influence refers to holding the view or conception of the best possible outcome for a business or circumstance, and getting other people to work together to achieve it. Influence does not force nor coerce other individuals into doing an activity of interest. Persuasion uses a short time to bring about results. It seeks to convince people to change their attitudes and behaviors. Persuasion strategies aim to sway it in a different direction, using arguments that support a particular claim. In contrast, influence uses the time to earn the sincerity of others in the attempt of making them do certain things. Since impact seeks to win the hearts of the audience, one takes time to ensure that they have gained the sincerity and mindshare of the people of interest. They use this sincerity as a means to inspire and motivate those people to make specific decisions or take a particular course of action. The basis of influence is the credibility and trust that a person builds over a long period. An individual can influence others by using specific persuasion techniques at the appropriate time. One takes the time to minimize any doubts that others have before they inspire them to make individual decisions. Such a person uses persuasion tactics at the appropriate time to strengthen their influence and solidify the trust that the people have for them. If someone uses persuasion in situations that require powerful tactics, the audience will lose the trust and credibility of that person because the individual comes off as manipulative rather than inspiring. Therefore, influence takes its time to ensure accomplishment, while persuasion is a skill that one can use now without much preamble. Understanding the basic terms above that associate with behavior will enable an individual to learn the various influences of behavior. The 4 factors mentioned above are some of the vital means of influencing other people's conduct and attitudes. A person who understands their meaning and usage can be in a position to identify their application in their lives. Such comprehension can assist them to improve their techniques of positive influences, such as persuasion. It can also help them to protect themselves and others around them from the negative ones like manipulation and coercion. Objectives of having good communication skills. The ultimate objective of having good communication skills is simply for you to have good personality development and social relational improvement. To break this down further, here are the more specific objectives of developing good communication skills. Decision-making. Good communicator tends to become good in decision-making. Good communication involves processing important information and conveying well-founded messages to the audience. Being firm and strong in decision-making is one strong point that is enhanced through the practice of good communication. For example, the president of the country will not be able to be firm in his decision-making if he could not even communicate well with his advisors, councillors, and constituents. If he is able to gather all the data that he needs through healthy communication channels, his decision-making would be more reliable and stronger. Productivity. Another aspect that is enhanced through good communication skills is your productivity. A person who is well versed in communication improves his or her productivity as well. When you become a good communicator, you would not need to spend as much time communicating as people who are poor communicators. Thus, you get to spend more time focusing on more important things in your to-do list. Orderliness. Your orderliness is also affected by how well you communicate. If you dig deeper on how good communication is defined, you will find that at its core, the proper orderliness of thoughts and ideas are converted into messages to be received by the audience. Good communication skills aim to improve your orderliness from the proper arrangement of your thoughts to the appropriate organization of your activities. Hence, practicing good communication also improves your overall orderliness. Persuasion. One of the main objectives of effective communication is the ability to persuade others. When presenting an argument or proposal, it's crucial to convince your audience of your assertions. Therefore, honing your communication skills enhances your ability to persuade. In a debate, for instance, someone with poor communication skills may struggle to convey their ideas effectively, hindering their persuasive power. Motivation, encouragement, and motivation can only be effectively conveyed through proper communication. Individuals with excellent communication skills often make excellent motivators. Another objective of practicing healthy communication is to connect with others, especially those feeling discouraged and disheartened. Effective communication allows you to uplift and inspire others, providing them with the motivation they need to overcome challenges. Discipline. Effective communicators tend to exhibit discipline in various aspects of their lives. Developing good communication skills also aims to instill self-control and self-discipline. When you become a proficient communicator, you gain control over your thoughts and speech. Hate speech, nonsense talks, and other irrelevant discourse can be minimized through the discipline that comes with effective communication. Relationships. Improving relationships is one of the most significant objectives of developing good communication skills. Many people face challenges in their social lives and personal relationships due to poor communication. Refining one's communication abilities and engaging in healthy conversations can significantly enhance relationships. Whether it's with family, friends, co-workers, or romantic partners, effective communication fosters understanding, empathy, and connection. Conclusion. To achieve these objectives, it's essential to prioritize and focus on improving your communication skills. By honing your ability to express yourself clearly, actively listening to others, and engaging in respectful and empathetic conversations, you can unlock the potential to persuade, motivate, inspire, and build strong and lasting relationships. Ways to lead your team. Every leader hopes to be in charge of an elite team, but getting to this level takes persistence and the pursuit of professional and personal development. You see, although great leaders lead a great team, they do not only select the best in the team. However, it is their responsibility to build up everyone in their care for success by creating an environment that encourages all people to succeed. How to lead a successful team. But believe in your team. There exists a law called the law of expectation. This law suggests that people behave according to what is expected of them. If you expect your team's performance to be dismal, they will perform dismally, and if you show them that they can do better, they will strive to be better. A leader who believes in the ability and potential of his or her team is the one who can move them from being a low or moderate performing team into an elite team. Create a leadership environment. It is amazing to see some organizations continue to prosper after the owners retire or die. These organizations often have a definite succession system so that it is clear who takes charge after the one at the top has left. A succession plan only works well when the organization is able to instill leadership skills in each of its employees so that there are no gaps and delays once somebody else takes over a particular position. Therefore, cultivating a culture of leadership in the entire organization is of absolute importance. There should be leaders at all levels of the organization, What's more, each person should be a leader to himself or herself through personal management, where he or she will be accountable to himself or herself. This way, whenever an individual is provided with an opportunity to lead others, he or she will not start fidgeting, wondering what to do, because leadership skills are already imprinted in his or her mind. The reality on the ground, however, is quite different, because what most companies have are people in authority, not leaders. A person in authority is supreme over everyone else, and their role is to give orders as others rush to carry them out. Everyone does what the authority says, for the sole reason of protecting their jobs and source of livelihood. If they had a chance to take a job that made them feel valued, and at peace, sometimes with a lower salary, they wouldn't have a second thought. There also is another scenario where the people at the bottom tiers have better leadership abilities than those at the top. You can see these abilities by observing just how well they carry out their roles without the need for supervision. They are also a source of inspiration to others working around them. In a case like this, without a proper leadership and succession plan, all these talents and skills would be wasted. Therefore, companies ought to conduct occasional reviews to see where their employees excel best, so that they can provide them with the right opportunities and resources to grow their abilities and talents. Lead your people by example. Leader seats at the top of the organizational pyramid, and the rest of the people look at the leader, sometimes mirroring their behavior. It is absurd to expect your employees to work hard while all they see in you is laxity. You see, your organization is more like a family, where you are the parent and your employees are the children. Children often pick their parents' behavioral cues better than they listen to their words. Therefore, ensure that you portray the behavior you expect your employees to take up. When you speak to your team, do not put them down with your words either. Endeavor to build them up and to lift their spirits, to create a positive working environment. Ensure your words are consistent with the positive example you set for them. Become a servant to your team. Good leader must be a servant to his team, asking nothing of them than the leader himself can do. During the Afghan campaigns in 330 BCE, Alexander the Great led his team in the invasion of the Afghan kingdoms. You would expect that with all his arrogance and ambition, Alexander would have stayed back home and issued orders to his army. However, he was the embodiment of true servant leadership. He led his team from the front and did not ask for any more comforts that his men could not have as they trekked the Hindu Kush mountains. You must be humble enough to work with your people, even those at the lowest level of the pyramid. Although this does not mean that you constantly work in the trenches, it means that periodically doing it will go a long way with them. As you are there working on the ground with them, they will see that you do not look down on them, and that you are concerned for their welfare and the roles they play towards the achievement of your company's vision. Ensure your team feels safe. Leading a team is very different from managing it. You cannot manage a team into war. You lead it. It is difficult to believe that anyone would feel comfortable and at home in a war situation. Your team would not be productive if they felt that their leader is against them. If this is the situation at your organization, do not expect much in terms of performance. They cannot fully concentrate on productivity, and at the same time, watch their backs in case you attack. To make your people feel safe, create an environment of loyalty and trust. When the employees trust the leadership and their colleagues, left, right, and center, they will get a great sense of comfort. Therefore, take out all organizational politics and create policies to ensure it does not find its way back. If you allow chaos and hostility against employees, you will be fighting your own success. Whenever a storm blows over in your business, remain calm under the pressure and address your people calmly. Communicate effectively and work with them to remove the obstacles. When the team feels safe and valued, they will do all that they can to ensure that calm is restored. You may be surprised at just how much loyal employees are willing to do, to the extent of risking their lives for the benefit of the organization. Such loyalty is not just in movies. You can cultivate it right there in your institution. Go the extra mile for your team. If your people are sacrificing for you, ensure that you embody that sacrifice. 2. Don't do things to save yourself and leave them in the wind. Ensure that you do not come up light when it is your turn to prove your loyalty to them. In the military, the officers only eat after their teams have eaten. This may be a simple gesture, but it is a very impactful example of what leadership is about. Whenever you make sacrifices for your team, they do the same for you. Ensure that your team has the resources they need for the activities they do on a daily basis. When they request for more resources, avoid giving excuses and false promises. Let them have what they need, so long as you follow that up with a review of how well they are using whatever they asked for. Avoid micromanagement. The idea behind setting up a reliable system or structure, creating a succession plan, seeing your employees through learning and installing any other programs meant to increase their productivity and satisfaction at work, is to ensure that they acquire all the tools they need to carry out their roles peacefully without distraction. The employees will be empowered and can take on any role within their job description without needing any help from you. While you might feel the need to check on what they are doing to ensure that they are on the right path, resist the temptation. You would not want to work with someone hovering over you to see what you are doing, judging everything you do, how you do it, and trying to offer some unsolicited advice. Since you cannot tolerate that for yourself, do not subject your employees to the same. Trust that you have intelligent, wise, skilled, and mature people working for you. Sit back and see what they come up with, not forgetting to recognize and celebrate good performance. Give room for mistakes. Ensure that all members of your team understand that they had better fail while making effort than remain timid. The best leaders are those that step aside and allow their teams to waddle through the challenges and learn from their experiences. In the course of it, mistakes will be made. Compare this to a parenting situation. The best parents are those that step aside and allow their children to experience the world for themselves, without being overprotective and overbearing. Children like these become tougher and are able to take on challenges in life better than those who depend on their helicopter parents for everything. Once you give employees the opportunity to have their way, they start to develop a deep sense of respect for you and the policies you have set. For example, it is only after failing that an employee will realize the importance of having particular rules and laws you have set up. They begin to realize that the rules you have set up are for their or the organization's good and are not meant to compliance, harm them. Engagement, this and realization that brings unleashing of potential, total responsibility and accountability. You ought to be the kind of leader your employees can trust that will follow through on everything you say. A leader should have a reputation of standing true to their words because it demonstrates to their juniors that they can trust them and count on them. It also shows them that they too can attain the behavior expectations you have of them. Let them learn that everything might seem difficult in the beginning, but it eases out the difference between achievers and those that do not achieve, and that the achievers go forth and face a challenge head on. Everyone fears and will express reservations towards facing a new problem or a new challenge. However, encourage your team to keep going so that they test their stamina and the ability to stretch out to accommodate change. The further they stretch, the stronger they will become. A great leader should understand that with pushing to the limits comes greater learning and more growth. This is with more stretching. They will start to realize that there are no limits to how far they can go. Chapter 7. The Psychology of Success. Aya Angelou's definition of success is that it is liking yourself, what you do, and how you do it. Another philosopher, Colin R. Davis, said that the road to failure and the road to success is almost identical. Herman Melville found it better to fail while trying to be original than to succeed in imitation. The three statements the legends above made talk about success as much as they talk about failure, perhaps because the psychology behind failure is the one behind success. You see, failure is strength, one of the most powerful ones. It is not the opposite of success, but it is a push factor towards achieving it. It is by making mistakes and failing that you learn the ropes of success. A baby does not learn how to walk without falling over many times and not giving up. As such, failure and success are counterintuitive because, by definition, success is the ability to turn your weaknesses into strengths. You must fail before you can adapt and reach your goal. Whether the goal is to complete one task or to run an entire organization successfully, fortunately, the key traits of success can be cultivated. They include having a growth mindset, psychological flexibility, and grit. Growth mindset. The manner in which you view and deal with failure in your life determines the extent of success you achieve. Having a growth mindset is evident by the belief that through effort and hard work, you can continue to progress and learn, even when handling difficulties and change. It is the belief that you will eventually master content if you keep trying and if you grab the opportunities that come your way. In other words, failure does not last long. Thinking that your ability has limits that you cannot stretch causes you to interpret failure as the lack of ability, so you give up altogether. However, the belief that you can stretch your ability through learning helps you to view failure as temporary and as opportunities for learning. Flexible mind. To embrace the success mentality fully, your mind must be flexible and have the ability to adapt to the changing world in order to meet the changing needs that come up. With a flexible mind, you can easily think outside the box and come up with creative ideas, especially when faced with an obstacle. You also get the opportunity to change course when you realize that the line you have been pursuing has not been working. Grit. Mind that will stretch requires grit. Grit is a combination of perseverance and passion towards a given course. With grit, you relentlessly pursue your goals without allowing distractions and setbacks to deter your progress. Grit is more than being smart or having talent. It is the constant learning and putting effort in what you do. Lastly, solitary lone people do not achieve success. You need help, support, and connection from others, especially when experiencing problems and when you are not able to work as hard as you ought to. People who understand success know the need for accepting help from others instead of doing everything themselves. They are aware of their limitations and are comfortable seeking assistance from people that excel in those areas. In the end, successful people know how to pursue success and achievement, but they also embrace failure because it propels them into experiencing success. It is the reason they keep thriving, growing, learning, and succeeding. Effective persuasion techniques and strategies. Although massive, it is advantageous to improve your persuasion skills. However, to become amazingly persuasive so that you can influence everyone you interact with calls for some serious investment in developing the skill of persuasion. This section focuses on helping you develop brilliant persuasion skills by outlining effective tips and tricks you can use to become incredibly convincing and sway. Let us find out how extremely persuasive people achieve their objective. How to become extremely persuasive. To become persuasive. Influence and sway opinions. Know the right time to stop and back away. Successful persuaders do not constantly berate others with constant verbal garbage. Wearing your listeners down through incessant speaking is not a viable strategy. Know when to stop and back off. Showing extreme urgency when trying to influence people are never an effective tactic. You must know when your listeners need you to shut up and back away. After making your point and providing enough information to persuade, stop and talk casually. You should even depart that room if you feel your presence might suffocate the other person. Give the individual enough breathing space and time to make his or her own decision. This clever move shows them you do not want to enforce your will. Rather, you respect their opinion. Follow all these tips and tricks and practice them as much as you can. Quite soon, you will accomplish your goal and become a fantastic persuader. To convince others about something, you must be an expert in that topic. You need to be knowledgeable about the topic you address and know the nitty-gritty of it. People are inquisitive in nature and will seek answers to queries they do not understand. If you consistently fail to answer their questions conclusively, they will never even consider conforming to your influence. Therefore, you must completely research a topic and then address the concerned people. This is especially important when speaking at business meetings or giving presentations to business partners, potential partners, and business associates. When you have full understanding of a subject, you show people you are an expert. They thus have no choice but to accept your expert opinion. Be purposeful. Truly convincing and influential people are extremely purposeful. They know and comprehend their power, skills and capabilities, and use them knowingly and sparingly. They are aware that normal conversations do not revolve around getting someone to accept or do something they want. They do not aggressively push others to do something they want, or rather, they plan every move very tactfully and cleverly to get to their purpose. To become truly persuasive, you need to become purposeful. For that, you need to bid adieu to the habit of arguing with people on different ideas and strongly advocating for your viewpoint. Say what you have to say in an amicable and calm tone, and do not push others to accept your ideas. Stay true to your idea, because there is no need to give it up, but do not force others to embrace it. When people notice your calmness mixed with your persistence, they will ultimately start becoming more open to your ideas and will start accepting them. Listen a lot and a little more. Yes, we have said a lot about having great listening skills. However, being a good listener is so important to being influential that we had to include it here too. Common trait observed in most believable, credible and convincing speakers is they are always ready to listen to their addresses and followers. Listen to your followers, business professionals, and loved ones for two major reasons. First, you need to listen to them to assess how receptive they are to your viewpoint. Secondly, you listen to discover the particular objections they have and that they expect you to resolve. Unless you listen to them, you cannot find out what they want from you and cannot satisfy them. Therefore, always be willing to listen to your loved ones, business associates, and followers if you truly want to come up with winning strategies to persuade them why managing stress is important for dealing with difficult people. No one likes dealing with difficult people, but sometimes the task is required to handle difficult people. You need to be in control of yourself and your stress level first. For people in high-stress jobs, such as retail, taking the time to relax and recenter themselves can help provide the emotional energy for dealing with such individuals. People who do not take the time to refresh and recharge themselves may not be able to handle stressful situations of any kind as well as they otherwise would. Reactions to difficult people. The opposite reaction to the dramatic breaking point. Screaming or crying is to shut down. This often happens when people are involved in stressful situations within their own families or in other areas of life where they cannot get away. Shutting down can lead to making unhealthy decisions simply to please the difficult person. This is because making the healthier decision would require fighting, and fighting requires energy. Relieving stress can allow people in these situations to build up their reserves and fight for their own needs to be met. It takes more emotional energy initially, but can result in a better situation overall. People who find themselves shutting down may need to remove themselves from the situation until they have recharged their batteries. Then they can fight for their needs, offer satisfaction. Smart persuaders understand they do not need to be victorious at every tiny battle. They are willing to sacrifice tiny victories in favor of bigger, better ones. To persuade those around you, do not seek to win every argument. Instead, offer others satisfaction by not battling with them all the time. For instance, you could tell someone he or she is right on trivial issues to boost his or her ego a little. However, when an important issue arises, you stand your ground. Since that individual knows you do not argue 24/7 and that you are more knowledgeable than he or she, they would definitely show their consent to you and do as you say. Effects of stress. Stress is a serious issue that has physical, mental, and emotional consequences. It can never be entirely avoided because it is a normal reaction to dealing with difficult situations in everyday life. However, it can be dealt with by taking time to relax consciously. The effects of stress are cumulative to a certain extent. People who work in stressful environments all week are usually much more stressed out on Thursday than on Monday. The weekend provides a chance to rest and recover that the shorter, overnight break between workdays does not offer. Stress and emotional energy. Everyone has had a moment in their lives where they could not deal with the situation any longer. Usually, the reaction to reaching this point is quite dramatic, involving yelling, tears, or stomping off in a huff. In most cases, it is not the specific situation that caused the person to reach their breaking point, but the amount of emotional energy they had when they got into the situation. People have longer fuses when they are under less stress. Individuals each have their unique ability to deal with emotionally stressful situations, and some are naturally more tolerant of them than others. However, anyone can increase their ability to deal with stressful situations by consciously relieving stress. Relieving stress. Ways of relieving stress are unique to individuals. What one person finds lowers their stress level might increase the stress level of another individual. Some common activities that people use for stress relief include physical exertion, social gatherings, quiet time spent with friends and family, creative endeavors, and much more. Anything that leaves someone feeling more relaxed when they are finished than when they began can be considered a method of stress relief. As you deal with difficult people at work or in the home, be aware of your stress levels. If you sense that you are under a lot of stress, remove yourself from the situation. Ask someone else for help to deal with a difficult person so you can reduce your stress and regain your emotional energy. Being calm within yourself is the first step towards successfully dealing with difficult people. 4 modes of persuasion. Ethos. The first mode of persuasion is called an appeal to ethos, i.e., an address that rests on credibility to persuade. What do we mean by credibility? Anytime we trust and revere a professional or expert opinion, we do so because that opinion carries a certain credibility. We find it believable. We are persuaded by mastery and knowledge, which we assume belong to people who are in the know or who possess the right or the experience to speak on a certain topic. It's not just about qualifications or titles. However, Mother of Nine's perspective on childbirth will tend to have more credibility than a random man's. However, that man, if he is, for example, world-renowned obstetrician, may have as much or more credibility on certain aspects of childbirth. At least, ethos is a question of reputation, authority, and trustworthiness. It's about the social standing and knowledge of the person speaking rather than just the words they're saying. Marketers use this mode of persuasion when they dress an actor in a white lab coat and make him stand in front of a board covered with scientific-looking diagrams and charts to sell you toothpaste. Motivational speaker may successfully use an appeal to authority in the same way, showcasing certain clothing, styles, postures, ways of speaking, and attitudes that convey their authority to speak on their topic. Indeed, many gurus and cult leaders have so mastered an appeal to ethos that whatever they say is perceived with reverence and credibility simply because of the way they've presented that appeal and how they've positioned themselves as experts, whether they are or not. Examples of ethos: this doctor promoting a certain brand of cigarette in an ad, a well-connected older celebrity talking about the problems in the film industry, an older and wiser mentor giving you advice in your career. Pathos. An appeal to pathos is entirely different. Pathos is about emotional persuasion and considering how easy it is for emotion to override duty or logic. This mode can be very powerful, indeed. But it's perhaps because of how easy it is to use that this form of persuasion is usually less respected than other forms. Think about a cheesy advert for an animal charity that obviously and blatantly pulls on your heartstrings. The audience may feel sorry about the images of sad puppies and kittens, but they're also keenly aware of the emotional manipulation, which means that the tactic could just as easily backfire. But when pathos is used well, it works well. It requires that the speaker has a deep and sophisticated understanding of who their audience actually is, what their desires are, and what their deepest needs could be, and then they speak to that. If the audience is known to value, for example, freedom and independence, then the argument is framed in these terms. The speaker might choose to frame their argument or narrative in terms that speak to these values, driving home the point that all free-thinking and autonomous individuals can't help but come to the very same conclusion they have, of course. If your audience is also intelligent, they may sniff out the irony in this. On the other hand, you might want to speak to your audience's emotion so that you can counter it. For example, an inspiring speaker may keenly understand the fear and uncertainty the audience may be feeling, but choose words that counteract that unwanted emotion and inspire another emotion. In this case, let's say courage and decisiveness. The speaker will be really successful at inducing this state of courageousness if she understands the emotional position her audience is starting out at. When you use pathos, you are not constructing an argument or making a point based on logic, facts, or morals. You are appealing solely to the way people feel. If a lawyer wants the jury not to vote against his client, he will try to cultivate feelings of pity, compassion, and forgiveness. Or if the lawyer for the other side wants to achieve the opposite, he will try to speak to feelings of anger and injustice in the jury. Examples of pathos. Our picture of a crying refugee child in an activist campaign, with an appeal for donations beneath it, someone getting their way by playing cute or being sexy, a YouTube thumbnail with bold yellow letters. They're lying to you. Logos. Finally, the appeal to logos is an appeal to logic or rationality, or, and this is important, the appearance of logic and rationality, an argument presented with research to back it up, and a logical, internally consistent argument to make its point, is making an appeal to logos. Any time you bring up proof, evidence, reasoning, facts and figures, or even common sense, you are appealing to logos. One broad type of argument you can make is one that rests on deductive reasoning. This is essentially the scientific method. You start out with a tentative theory to explain something. This inspires a hypothesis. You do an experiment or make observations, and depending on what you find, you come to conclusions. You begin with the broad and general and deduce the specific. Incidentally, this is not the form of reasoning most used by Sherlock Holmes. Simple example of deductive reasoning is, all Greeks are philosophers, premise 1. Aristotle is Greek, premise 2. Therefore, Aristotle is a philosopher, conclusion. As you can see, deductive reasoning is about the form of the argument, not the content. The above argument is valid, i.e., it follows logically in structure, but it isn't sound since the premises are not true. For an argument to be sound, both the premises and the conclusion need to be true. An argument can be valid, however, without either premises or conclusion being true. Inductive reasoning goes the other direction, i.e., it uses specific observations to move to a more general theory or principle. For example, every Greek person I've met so far has been a philosopher. Therefore, this person I've just met, who is Greek, is probably also a philosopher. Of course, the quality of the conclusion in an inductive argument rests on the quality of the observation. If you've only ever met 2 Greeks in your life, for example, your conclusion is quite a weak one. You can recognize an appeal to logic by reference to science, to rationality, or to facts and figures, or, again, the appearance of such things. Examples of logos. Our government-funded pamphlet says, 1 out of every 5 students reports being bullied at school. A doctor releases a paper on sulfites in the diet, and it's published in a journal. Our woman wearing a pantsuit and a lanyard asks people in a hotel lobby to move somewhere else. They do. Kairos. Kairos is the 4th of Aristotle's mods, and one that might be a little harder to understand from a modern perspective. Kairos can be broadly translated to mean opportunity or right time in Greek. This is an appeal that rests heavily on when it's made, i.e., it's about identifying the perfect moment to launch the message. Sometimes your audience is most receptive after a particular event or realization. If you present your case then, it has the best chance of being received. For example, politicians often wait for some negative event to pounce with a pre-prepared message that the public will be far more willing to accept than if it had been proposed at any other time. Likewise, you might wait for a friend to be in a calm, relaxed state of mind before broaching a delicate topic with them. Kairos is about appropriateness. It's about being aware of who your audience is, where and when you're addressing them, and in what context. How are people currently feeling? What came before? What is the environment? And how does this impact the degree to which people can hear and understand you? Examples of Kairos. Advertising wrinkle cream to people in the weeks leading up to their birthdays is going to console your crush right after they've broken up with their current partner. Addressing a room full of parents, you start your speech with a sweet joke about your 4-year-old nephew, using the 4 modes of persuasion. It's not that any of the 4 modes is better or more effective than any other. It's more a question of knowing your audience and knowing exactly which mode will work best for them. That's important. It's not about which mode fits you best or fits your message best. It's about putting your message in a form that your audience is most likely to hear and register. The skill of a great and persuasive orator, then, is not about how well they can communicate, but how well they can communicate to their chosen audience. Let's consider an example. Let's say in your workplace, you're trying to make a case for using some newly available funds to get everyone signed up for a training course. Since others have their own ideas for what to do with this money, you need to actively persuade people around your point of view. How? You might have a word with your immediate supervisor first, knowing a little about them. You guess that an argument to emotion would work best. You ask, what do they need currently and what is their most pressing emotion? Realizing that they have been irritated for a long time about picking up the slack of less qualified staff, you tailor your argument to appease this sense. If we all completed this training, it would not only boost morale and build up team cohesion, it would also empower everyone with some new skills, so we're better able to cope. You might not blatantly say, and that will lead to less work for you, but you are speaking to their emotion, irritation, and arguing in a way that they will likely hear and resonate with. You would dwell on the positive emotional benefits of your plan. Just think, no more having to fix up other people's mistakes, and present your argument as a solution to their pains. However, if you were speaking to a fellow colleague who already felt overburdened and might not be interested in taking on a new training program, you might decide to appeal to authority instead. Crucially, you have to think of who your colleague actually considers an authority. You decide to frame your argument as personal development and mention that their favorite self-help guru recommends ongoing career development as a question of self-respect and autonomy. Later on, when you have a chance to address the entire office, which constitutes a mixed group, you lean more heavily on an appeal to time, place, and appropriateness, kairos, and present a more generally appealing argument that will speak to everyone more broadly. Being keenly aware of your workplace's culture, you deliver an argument you know is in keeping with the overall tone, mood, and style. It's likely in life that you'll have to make a compelling argument that includes elements of all these persuasive modes. In that case, here are a few tips. To establish your credibility, ethos. Lead with your genuine credentials, experience, and expertise, and don't oversell them. If you cannot establish credibility yourself, refer to someone else who does have that authority. The best and most authentic way to appeal to pathos is to share your heartfelt and honest personal experiences. If they're unique to you and yet somehow speak to universal themes, all the better. Be mindful of not appearing emotionally manipulative, however, and try to steer clear of inciting guilt or fear in others. Another way to appeal to pathos is to be vulnerable. Share a secret, open up, and go first emotionally speaking. It will create a sense of trust and shared humanity. Pathos can also be addressed by using vivid metaphors and colorful, even poetic language. If you're impassioned about something, share it. Let your raw enthusiasm and energy shine through. If your argument needs a little more logos, don't underestimate the power of some hard data, as statistics, graphics, and concrete values. Money can be especially effective, can make the point quickly and neutrally. Whatever mode you're using, begin any message by capturing attention. Then consider closely what your audience's need is, and speak to that. Start with a problem, outline your argument, and then paint a vision of the future where they behave or believe as you'd like them to, i.e., their problem has been solved. Your argument is essentially a demonstration of why your idea is a way for them to get their needs met. The office, Our final chapter focuses on a very specific form of communication, communication in professional contexts and with colleagues and employers. It's not that the skills we've already explored do not apply, they do. It's rather that the workplace requires additional rules of etiquette and formality that take extra consideration. At work, good communication is not just something nice to have so that people get along. Communication is non-negotiable. No matter what your role is or what work you're doing that work will depend at some point on how well you can share your own message and hear the messages of others. All the same considerations apply when thinking about verbal and non-verbal communication, but in the workplace, we have to consider the enormous role that both written and electronic communication plays. 2. Workplace communication etiquette. Etiquette sounds like a horribly old-fashioned word, but the truth is, as social beings, we are always following some form of etiquette, whether we're aware of it or not. Simple dictionary definition says that etiquette is the customary code of polite behavior in society or among members of a particular profession or group. When talking to friends, family, or romantic partners, customary codes and politeness are still important, but it's in the workplace where communication is really stripped down to its most formal, impersonal, and rule-bound. Therefore, what makes you a good communicator at home or with friends will not necessarily make you a good communicator at work. When thinking about workplace communication, there are 3 things to consider. A. The goal of communication. I. The content of our communication. I. The way we communicate that content, also known as the medium. If you can correctly identify each of these 3, you can more consciously communicate your message and hear other people's. If you're in a new workplace or are trying to deal with potential conflict or misunderstanding, it's worth slowing everything down and being very deliberate in the way you approach your communication. I.e., A. Don't expect to automatically know how to do the right thing. Step 1. Let your goal decide your medium. It sounds unbelievable, but many people launch into an attempt at communication without actually knowing what they're trying to achieve or why. They may correctly perceive that there's a misunderstanding, or know that some kind of connection needs to be made, but things are not defined any more clearly than that. Have you ever received a rambling email filled with all sorts of miscellany from a colleague and reached the end of it thinking, well, what was the point of all that? You were probably on the receiving end of someone who had not clarified their purpose and goal before attempting to communicate. Nevertheless, their lack of clarity doesn't have to become your lack of clarity. You need to understand your reason for communicating. Let's say, for example, that you are requesting that a completed report be revisited since there are serious errors that now makes the report unusable. You think you should get in touch with the team who drafted the report. But first you pause and think, what exactly are you trying to achieve? By asking that question, you take those actions, and only those actions, that will help you achieve that goal and cut down on the possibility of rambling, confusion, or misunderstanding. You decide that your goal is to draw attention to the errors and to thank the team, but politely request that they recompile it by a certain date so that you can use it as planned. Once you've identified this goal, you can allow it to inform your choice of medium, i.e., via which channel you're going to communicate through. In this case, you decide that a properly written email sent to all members of the team will do the job. If your goal was simply to keep someone updated about a deadline or answer a quick question, a text message might have worked, as could literally popping your head into their office and telling them in passing. More serious topic may warrant meeting in person with enough time to prepare beforehand. Here are a few more questions that may help you fine-tune the kind of message you're going to send. Is there any urgency, or is the issue time-sensitive in any way? Will the information be sensitive or confidential? How many people need to receive this message? Do you require a response to this message or not? If so, what kind? Is your goal with this communication more general or more specific? What is the relationship between you and the receiver? Are they hierarchically higher or lower than you? Or are they a peer? What exactly is the nature of your role regarding them? And what is the context of that relationship? In answering these questions and giving it some thought, you decide that you need to act quickly if you want to get your report redone. The information needs to go to 5 people in particular, but not to anyone else. As the material is confidential, you want to communicate very specific changes you wish to make, and need to know that they've received and understood these details, and that they can comply within the time frame. As you can see, you already have the framework of an effective message coming together. Step 2. Factor in your company's unique communication culture. You've identified the goal and the medium, but there may still be very specific ways of doing things that are unique to your company. Etiquette rules are general and exist to ease interactions, but you will also need to carefully consider your audience and the special rules they follow beyond normal etiquette. If you work in a relaxed setting where management makes a point of not interfering with people's work-life balance, it's probably a bad idea to send a demanding email at 1 a.m. on Sunday morning. Likewise, if management tends to maintain a very formal, structured work atmosphere, then you will need to be mindful of following protocols about copying in the right people in emails or keeping the correct records and minutes of meetings no matter how small or brief. Here an eye to the kind of rhetoric you're using. Pathos, ethos, or logos will be useful. 2. Don't assume that there is no place for pathos in formal workplaces. Any appeal to company loyalty, striving for excellence, or maintaining high standards as a point of pride is, in fact, an appeal to the emotions. Likewise, don't assume that logos or ethos are always appropriate. Company culture might be such that you are expected to make your own claims rather than appeal to the authority of some third party, or to focus on practical implementation rather than making a more academic presentation of the facts and figures. As you would with logos, perhaps the most crucial considering will be kairos, or appropriateness. Think carefully about when you will put forward your message, and in what context. It may seem insignificant, but the time of year, month, day, or even minute can influence how well your message is received. The medium may also need to change depending on the best time of delivery. For example, you may wish to forego an email and wait until you can speak in person. In our example, if you imagine that you're in a medium-sized but relatively relaxed work environment, you might send a properly worded but not overly formal email. Knowing your company's business, you understand that people value directness, honesty, and sincerity. And knowing the 5 people on the team, you approach the message simply and clearly, highlighting the mistake, but in a friendly and non-confrontational way, and politely asking for their help, rather than demanding or formally requesting their compliance. Step 3. Watch your tone. This is the step where we take into account all the ordinary rules of communication we've already explored. Is your tone too aggressive or passive-aggressive? Are there any assumptions, premature judgments, or inflexible attitudes that are getting in the way of meeting the goal? Ironically, in professional communication, it is more important than ever to be emotionally aware and able to manage and harness emotions rather than letting them dominate or derail. In our example, you need to be aware of the fact that the people who've compiled the report may react defensively if they feel they're being attacked or unfairly criticized. You may also notice your own feelings of awkwardness, annoyance, or guilt. None of these are a problem. However, if they are properly acknowledged, harnessed, and managed, for example, you could bring awareness to this emotional reality, but control it and steer it to your own ends. I realize this is a little awkward, and I wasn't entirely sure how to broach the topic with you, but the references section on this report will need to be redone entirely. The rest of the report was extremely helpful. In addition, I'm glad that we caught this error now, and the report has definitely given us the opportunity to slow down and rethink a few faulty assumptions we've been making. It is a myth that professional workplace communication needs to be emotion-free. Emotion has a place in every area of human life and always will. It's just that in the workplace, we are more deliberate about how that emotion plays out in the way we meet our goals. The above response acknowledges emotions without making them the sole determiner of behavior. Still, plenty of conflicts occur purely based on misunderstandings of tone. If you're unsure about how your email is coming across, get a colleague to read it and give you feedback. No matter the message, goal, or context, favor clarity and simplicity. The following checklist can help you stay on track. Is your message respectful? You don't have to agree, but are you conveying basic tact and courtesy to the other person's perspective? Is your message focused exclusively on meeting your goal? Have you avoided expressing negativity without suggesting any solution? Is your message professionally neutral? i.e., have you removed any personal opinions that could be divisive, offensive, or awkward? Have you taken care with the formatting details? This means proofreading text, enunciating clearly when you speak, and learning the appropriate titles for people or the right way to pronounce certain terms. What is manipulation? Manipulation is a form of intentional influence, characterized as an attempt by a person or party, the manipulator, to change the behavior of another person or party, the target, typically with a view to achieving a goal in the manipulator's interests. Two problems remain, however. The first relates to intended influence. Intent is difficult because it implies responsibility. In actual fact, everyone manipulates everyone around them all the time, even from a young age. It would be wrong to exclude a child's temper tantrum from the umbrella of manipulation just because they aren't old enough to rationalize their behavior. The same applies to adult temper tantrums. For that matter, intent therefore does not imply conscious behavior. It can also be instinctive. This also allows for the very real presence of naturally manipulative persons. The second problem is the disappointingly vague ending, typically to achieve a goal in the manipulator's interest. Not only is it problematic to define the manipulator's interests, there is a catch or ambiguity in the inclusion of typically. This part serves only to create a normalized idea of manipulation for the purposes of this book and absolutely wouldn't suit a more general definition. After all, how can someone perfectly know their own interests? It is of course possible to successfully manipulate someone, and for the result to still be one's own demise. It's of primary importance to establish a clear definition of manipulation for the purposes of this book. Without understanding exactly what constitutes manipulation, there will be a great deal of difficulty in separating instances of manipulation and other forms of influence. While you probably have your own idea of what counts as manipulation, it is important that you adopt the book's definition in order to make sense of the practical advice in later chapters. Basic ideas. In a broad sense, manipulation is the effort to affect the behavior or perception of others. Past definitions extend that to include, via the use of abusive, deceptive or otherwise, exploitative means or something similar, as a means of differentiating between manipulation and other influencing behaviors, such as persuasion. That raises even more questions, such as what constitutes exploitative. Deception is relatively easy to define as a willful concealment or alteration of the truth. But does deception really preclude persuasion? You can probably point to someone in your orbit, relative or co-worker perhaps, who you consider to be manipulative, yet consider how others view them. Are they well known as manipulators? Does this impact their success? The answer to this, too, may be complicated. If someone is considered by their peers at work to be manipulative and yet holds sway over the boss, they might still be judged successful. When thinking about manipulating others, it's important to define clear goals. This will allow you to make rational, objective decisions which are key to success. Manipulation with ease. Influence. The modern world has adopted the term influencer for people with a large social media following, capable of influencing others with their content. It doesn't take a particularly critical mind to recognize the source of this term as advertising. As consumer behavior evolves, advertisers have taken note and increasingly look to harness the power of influencers to gain attention for products. This is done variously through paid or unpaid sponsorships, promotional deals and agreements. In some cases, influencers disclose these agreements while, in others, they don't. Ethical questions are again raised, particularly if an influencer is ostensibly just a happy consumer, but secretly on the payroll of the company which sells the product. Surely this whole moral quandary could have been avoided if advertisers instead coined the term manipulator, yet it's hardly surprising that they didn't. What this highlights is that, although people expect advertisers to be manipulative, it is still unthinkable that they would admit to it. Instagram stars happily list themselves as influencer on their profile page with seemingly no negative connotations. But the goals of many influencers, especially those who work with advertisers, are fundamentally manipulative. It's not even a gray area issue. Influencers aim to shift products to their followers in order to make money. It is not possible to know if everyone they influence would benefit from the product, nor is it possible to know their financial situation or any specific circumstances. In this case, the influencer is putting their own interests first. Manipulation does not necessarily include an attempt to harm others. However, it must, to some degree, place one's own goals and interests first. This is part of the puzzle. Additionally, it is safest and most logical to refer to influence as a parent term of manipulation, one which includes manipulation and other methods of influence, such as inspiration and emulation. Manipulation versus persuasion, these terms might seem diametrically opposed, with persuasion acting as the honest form of manipulation, where the actor is upfront about their goals and opinions. However, for the purposes of this book, it will be more useful to consider persuasion as a tier below manipulation. Persuasion, then, becomes a method of manipulation which is a form of influence. Persuasion also happens to be one of the less effective methods of manipulation. How often have you been in a debate with someone else, only for them to hold up their hands and say, "I concede, you are absolutely right"? It is probably possible for you to count these instances on one hand. It may be easy to persuade someone that smoking is unhealthy, but is it easy to persuade them to quit? If it were so, governments wouldn't see the need or benefit in placing heavy taxes on tobacco products in order to discourage youth. According to this book's definition, the government is trying to manipulate the consumption of tobacco and using a range of methods. Milestone 1 of 9, you should be here by 6:20, 8:19 including persuasion, to achieve that end. So, what about other forms of influence and other methods of manipulation? Well, manipulation needs to have intent, and it ought to have some form of goal, even if that goal is just to create anarchy. Great filmmaker may influence the work of many others, but it is clearly distinct from manipulation. The filmmaker doesn't set out to influence others, although they may, or rather they achieve influence through the reaction of others to their work, resulting in inspiration and even emulation. Persuasion, likewise, is not the only method of manipulation one could employ. An easy alternative is lying, form of deception. To lie and to be believed will inevitably change the perception of those who believe the lie. As has already been established, it is still manipulation whether it is successful or not. Persuasion, like influence, doesn't suffer from quite the same image problem as manipulation. In fact, it's seen as a positive thing to be able to make a persuasive argument, although it does have a sinister tinge. The phrase "I can be very persuasive" implies some exertion of power over another party, possibly even an abuse. Also, when employers refer to the soft skill of persuasion, it is correct to understand this as a euphemism for manipulation, at least in part. Chapter 8: Advantages of Manipulation. Achieve your goals. By successfully manipulating others, you can alter their behavior, their views, and possibly even their goals to help further your own interests. It's as simple as that. Effective manipulation, however, is about improving your rate of success. It might be that everyone is manipulating the boss, to some degree, in order to get that promotion, but only one candidate is going to get the job. Working hard is a good place to start, and working effectively is even better. However, leaving it to merit alone might not get you through. How can you make it so that your boss wants to promote you, rather than anyone else? Understanding that will give you the edge. Help others. If you believe in a cause, you can support it by using manipulation to further its success. This can be anything from using a swear jar to stop a relative cursing, to earn support for your political party. It's the same as achieving your own goals, but you're transplanting the interests of someone or something else in place of your own. As stated in the definition, manipulation is a form of influence. Guard yourself against the manipulation of others. The more you understand about manipulation, the better equipped you'll be to avoid being manipulated by others. Recognizing manipulative behaviors in other people will not only protect you against their influence, but you'll learn more about their goals, feeding your mind with information that you can use to manipulate them. Key part of this is understanding the goals of other parties and how they are attempting to achieve those goals at any given moment. With this information, not only can you recognize and capitalize on the behavior of others, you can develop the ability to predict the future actions of your adversaries. This requires emotional intelligence, as it is absolutely necessary to be able to place yourself in the shoes of your target. In developing this ability, a good place to start is by assessing your own behavior through your actions and learning to understand your choices from an objective standpoint. Chapter 9: Manipulation Fundamentals. Your goals. Given that you're probably already manipulating the people around you to some degree, and being manipulated yourself, the first significant step in achieving effective manipulation is to understand and define your goals. Without defining goals, it's impossible to measure the effectiveness of your current manipulation efforts. That's not to say you aren't already manipulating with some level of effectiveness. Some people are naturally more manipulative, and some people are natural manipulators. However, the two don't always overlap. Start by thinking about your actions and your behavior around others. Consider who you view positively at work or in your social circle, and who you view negatively. Consider, further, how you behave around different people and whether it aligns perfectly with your opinion of them. There is a good chance that it doesn't. In fact, what you are probably already doing is working to earn the good opinion of others who you believe to hold power and influence. This is a very general approach that everyone takes in society. To use an obvious example, your behavior around your boss is probably different to that of your peers, regardless of your personal opinion of them. You may even have a set goal, such as reaching X position. Otherwise, you might just be broadly trying to impress. You might even be trying to carve out an easy life for yourself, shedding responsibility and doing what you can to obscure your low productivity. Maybe you're acting to bring yourself closer to a co-worker with whom you are romantically interested. These are just ideas. At the end of each day, think about your own behavior. What did you spend your day thinking about and trying to achieve? These are the goals you are naturally working towards already. When you really understand what your current motives are, you might surprise yourself. In order to start manipulating effectively, it's time to clearly and consciously define your goals. If you've already done so, that's great. Make sure you have something with a clearly defined end point. Rather than just do well at work, consider earn a raise or, even better, earn a salary of X dollars per year by next year. By not only defining a goal, but a date as well, you are giving yourself the added motivation of avoiding failure. With a clearly defined goal, you can start assessing your actions against your objective. Ask yourself, will this action help me achieve X? And you might already be able to make smarter decisions. Don't stop reading just yet, though. There are some important considerations to make before you suddenly change your behavior. Watch out for snakes in the grass. The goals of others. While your own goals are the way to measure the success of your efforts, the goals of others are key to forming a successful manipulation strategy. The key to manipulation is using the goals of others to further your own. This is the most all-encompassing theory of manipulation and the core of this book's approach to manipulation. At times, you might hold the cards and can help someone to achieve their own goals. This might be as an employee who possesses vital assets for your boss to achieve success in their role. It might be the case that you are the boss and have the power to promote people, not discounting the power you have to help those people achieve their goals by not firing them. having what it takes to help other people achieve their goals give you inherent value. Understanding goals provides the necessary information for effectively manipulating others. Tools, on the other hand, are the raw materials you have at your disposal for effecting those goals or the actions taken by others to achieve them. Power is the ability to help other people succeed. This is an interesting definition because it appears to subvert the normal idea of power as an ability to exert force over others. However, breaking it down, the two are closely related. Having the ability to exert force over others can mean not harming them, not invading their country, not throwing them in jail, not creating laws which negatively impact them. These are all forms of power. The power to help other people succeed is much the same as the power to make other people fail, left unexercised. These are just positive and negative perspectives of the same thing. The difference is often negligible. What can you provide people that will help other people achieve their goals? The most obvious thing is extraordinary abilities. Talent is valuable in every aspect of life, from sports competitions, to business, to raise children. If you have talents that other people can use, that's a powerful thing. Another form of power is authority. The boss gets to decide who is promoted and who is fired. Police officer can arrest you or let you off with a warning, thanks to their legally sanctioned authority. Judge may decide your sentence based on certain constraints and their opinion of your nature. However, there's a problem. You might have the same or greater talents as another person, and yet they may be more successful than you, held in higher regard, and enjoy greater benefits. The other aspect of power is reputation. This relates to the belief held by others in your power. It's reputation that is often key to manipulation. That is, the judgment of others regarding your ability and your authority. Persuasion. Persuasion is the effort to convince another person to change their actions. The problem with persuasion alone is that so often it is obvious to the person that you have an incentive to convince them. They believe that you stand to gain from the persuasion, which is unhelpful when trying to manipulate a friendly or neutral party, and devastating when trying to manipulate a rival. Persuasion is most useful when you can reveal new information to change the perception of others. If someone is likely to change their course based on new information or new understandings of information, which you can provide, persuasion then has a chance of success. This means providing information which will affect either the goals of another party or the actions they will take to achieve them. The only other scenario is when another party believes that your goals somehow have a positive relationship with their own. In this case, they may trust your judgment and your intentions and take up your cause. This is great when you genuinely have new information or the trust of another party, but on many occasions, you won't. On those occasions, persuasion is only going to be effective when combined with other tools, such as deception. That means attempting to persuade someone based on a lie or partial truth. Once again, you are revealing new information or leading someone to believe your goals align with theirs, but in truth you are fabricating or hiding elements. Deception. Deception is the control of information. Start thinking objectively, and it becomes possible to imagine people as machines. The machines are designed to achieve goals, and will do so by reacting to inputs, information, and creating outputs, actions. If you control the inputs, by controlling that information, you can deceive. With that deception, you can change the outputs, resulting in different actions. The reason deception takes a central role in manipulation is that it is important for parties you manipulate to believe their actions are furthering their own interests. Otherwise, they have no reason to take those actions. The objective of deception is to control information in such a way that the information they receive leads them to actions which further your interests. Naturally, the main danger with deception is being discovered. For this reason, deception is often best avoided where possible and, when used, to be carefully controlled. An ideal deception would have minimal risk and maximum reward, with plausible deniability if found out. There is also the risk that lies can lead to further lies in order to cover up the original deception. In this case, The risk swells while the reward remains the same, and what might have seemed like a good idea at first can become a terrible decision. Persuasion is a theme of dark psychology that can be said to share quite a bit of similarity to manipulation. This is because they are both deployed in order to influence the motivations, behaviors, attitudes, and beliefs of a victim. There are several reasons why we adopt persuasion into our everyday lives, but the main one would have to be to get people with different ideas on the same page. In company, for instance, the persuasion method will be used to alter the attitude of a person towards an item, concept, or an event that is taking place. Either written or spoken phrases will be used during the process to express the other person's thinking, emotions, or data. Another common instance you can use persuasion is to fulfill a private benefit. This would include either advocacy for trial, when providing a pitch for sales, or during an election campaign. Although none of these are deemed to be good or evil, they are still used to affect the listener to behave or believe in some manner. One understanding of persuasion is that it utilizes one's private or positional resources to alter other people's attitudes or behaviors. There are also several distinct kinds of persuasion recognized. The process of altering views or attitudes by appealing to reason and logic is known as systematic persuasion. The process of altering views and attitudes by appealing to feelings or practices is known as heuristic persuasion, as a type of mind control that is constantly being used in society. You may attempt to convince them to believe the same way you do when you speak to someone about politics. You are persuaded to vote a certain way when you listen to a political campaign. There's a lot of persuasion going on when someone is attempting to sell you a fresh item. This form of mind control is so prevalent that most people don't even know it's happening at all to them. The problem will arise when someone takes the time to convince you to believe ideals and values that do not suit your own value system. There are many distinct types of persuasion available. Not all of them have a bad intention, but they will all work to get the subject to change their minds about something. When a political candidate arrives on television, on election day they try to get the topic, or the voter, to vote on the ballot a certain way. The company that submitted that advertisement is attempting to get the victim to buy that item when you see a commercial on television or online. All of these are kinds of persuasion that are bent on attempting to modify the way they believe about the victim. To get the victim to modify their way of thinking, dark persuasion has no moral motivation whatsoever. The motivation is rather amoral and sometimes largely immoral. If beneficial conviction is understandable as assisting individuals to help themselves, dark persuasion can be seen as a mechanism by which individuals behave against their own self-interest. Sometimes people make it reluctantly, knowing that they may not make the best choice, but are keen to stop the continuous persuasion efforts. On other occasions, the best dark persuaders can make someone think they act wisely when they actually do just the opposite. So, what are the primary reasons for these dark persuaders? It depends on the type of person who persuades. Some people try to convince others to serve their own interests. Others do pure harm by the sole malicious intent. They may not profit from persuading anyone, but they do it anyhow, solely in order to bring pain to their victims. Others just appreciate the feeling of control provided by dark persuasion. The result of dark persuasion is also different from positive persuasion. Positive persuasion usually results in one of three scenarios: benefit of the persuaded, benefit for the persuader, and the persuaded or mutual benefit for the persuaded individual and a third party. All these results have a positive result for the person to be convinced. Sometimes other people benefit, sometimes they don't. However, there is no situation where only the manipulator benefits. Dark persuasion has a very distinct set of results. The persuader always advantages either immediately or by his distorted need for control and impact. The persuaded individual is against their own self-interest and is not persuaded. Finally, not only do the most qualified dark persuaders damage their victims, but they also damage others. Take a dark persuader who tells somebody to commit suicide so they can take advantage of an insurance policy. The persuader not only won financially, but also the victim lost his life and hurt everyone who knew or cared for them. Who are these individuals who often tend to use dark persuasion? The main characteristic of a dark persuader is either indifference or an inability to be concerned about the impact of persuasion on others. They are either completely narcissistic and regard their own requirements to be far more essential than the requirements of others, or they are sociopathic and unable to even understand the notion of the feelings of others. In a partnership, you often discover dark persuasion. In the worst-case scenario, both partners are inclined to persuade the other darkly. The connection can be regarded as psychologically abusive if such efforts are persistent and durable. Some instances of dark relationships include not allowing the other partner to take fresh jobs or to take private pleasure. The obscure persuader will persuade the victim to act for the sake of friendship. The victim merely hurts himself and the relationship, in fact. The connection is being damaged as the dark persuader gains greater assurance that his victims can be manipulated. Elements of persuasion. Like other types of control, some components are to be observed when it comes to persuasion. These components assist to precisely identify which persuasion makes it clearer. Perloff defined persuasion as a symbolic process in which communications try to convince other people to change their attitudes or behaviors regarding an issue through the transmission of a message in an atmosphere of free choice. This is one salient feature that distinguishes persuasion from all other themes of dark psychology, since the victim is in most cases allowed to make choices out of their own will, as persuasion tactics will later work towards changing his will to that of the persuader. The topic can choose the manner they want to believe, whether they want to buy a product, or whether they believe the proof behind the persuasion is powerful enough to alter their minds. There are a few components in persuasion that assist to further describe what is while giving us a deeper understanding of this enigmatic theme. The first element of this theme is that persuasion is often symbolic. What this means is that persuasion utilizes words, sound as well as images to get the message across to the specific victim. The logic behind this is quite simple, really. For one individual to be able to persuade another into acting in a particular way, they will need to show them why they should act in said way and not vice versa. This is best achieved by using word sounds or various images. You can use sentences to start a debate or argument to prove your point. Pictures are a great way to show the evidence needed to persuade someone to go one way or the other. Some nonverbal signs are possible, but they are not as effective as using words and images. The second key is that persuasion will be used deliberately to affect how others act or think. This one is quite obvious. You don't use persuasion to get them to change if you don't deliberately try to affect others. In order to get the topic to believe the same way they do, the persuader will attempt distinct strategies. This could be as easy as having a discussion with them or presenting proof supporting their point of perspective. On the other hand, to change the mind of the subject, it could involve much more and include more deceptive forms. More will be discussed later in this section on the methods used in persuasion. The distinctive thing about persuasion is that it enables some type of free will for the topic. In this way, the topic is permitted to create its own decision. For the most part, they don't have to go for it. No matter how hard somebody tries to persuade them of something, the subject might hear about the best car to buy 1,000 commercials, but if they don't like that brand or don't need a new vehicle at that time, they won't go out and buy it. If the subject is against abortion, how many people will come out and say how great abortion is? It's not likely that the subject will change their minds. This enables much more freedom of choice than is found in the other types of mind control, which could explain why, when questioned, many individuals do not see this as a kind of mind control. Persuasion is a type of mind control that can take place in many respects, while brainwashing, hypnosis and manipulation must happen face to face, and in some instances in full isolation. Persuasion may happen otherwise. Examples of persuasion can be found everywhere, including when you talk to individuals you know, on the internet, on radio and television. It is also feasible to deliver persuasive messages by non-verbal and verbal means, although when verbal methods are used, it is much more efficient. Subliminal persuasion. The word subliminal means underneath our consciousness. Subliminal persuasion means an advertising message that is displayed below the threshold of awareness or consumer awareness in order to persuade or help people change their minds without making them aware of what is going on. This is about affecting individuals with more than words. Some of the subliminal methods of persuasion impact our stimuli with smell, eyesight, sound, touch, and taste. There are mainly 3 subliminal methods of persuasion to affect anyone. They are building a relationship. Building relationship makes the other person feel comfortable. This will open the other individual more. This can be accomplished through a healthy observation strength that matches their mood or state. This helps create confidence. Power of discussion. The power of a powerful, convincing person is much connected to an advertiser's conversion. The correct words and inflections help you to be openly straightforward. Suggestive power. Associating useful and desirable stuff in discussion or interaction enables an individual to become more open to fresh thoughts. Suggestion and emotional intelligence. This stage may be described as having one central and dominant idea focused on the participant's conscious mind, which was to stimulate or decrease the physiological performance of the various regions within the participant's body. Later on, the use of different non-verbal and verbal suggestions was increasingly emphasized in order to convince the participant easily. Methods of persuasion. Since by now we have a firm grasp of what persuasion is, let us now dive in headfirst on the various methods of persuasion that are available to us. These persuasion methods can often be classified using other names as well as being referred to in such ways as strategies of persuasion as well as their tactics. It is important to note that there is not only one single method that may be used in order to persuade someone to think and act in the desired way. The manipulator is usually able to talk to his victim in a way that they present a certain type of evidence that is generally geared towards switching the subject's mind. They may be able to use some sort of force or pull they have against the victim. This puts the victim in a position where they can perform some services for the victim or use another tactic. Examples of these tactics will be discussed in the concurrent pages. Manipulators often take their time in befriending their victims and make sure they admire them to the point of earning the victim's trust and confidence in them. It is after this solid trust base has been established that the persuader starts taking a jab at manipulating their victims. The dark manipulator will start off with some mild, insincere, positive percussion, leading the victim into performing acts that are actually for their own benefits. This is done with 3 main objectives at heart. The first is to allow the victim to become accustomed to being persuaded by the persuader. This, in turn, makes it possible for the victim to closely associate the positive outcome of a particular persuasion. Once the 2 are fulfilled, then the persuader can easily persuade the victim to do something against their own self-interest without throwing them off. To get a clear image of this, let's take the example of a divorced woman. She needs love and attention which was denied to her by her ex-husband. She is then befriended by her old college classmate, who showers her with intense love and support, making her drop her guard after a few short months. He then takes on advisory roles like offering the best financial choices to make, which fulfills the criteria of small personal persuasions, making her trust him even more. He will then go further to manipulate her so as to allow him to invest her money for her, but will instead steal the money, leaving his victim in a financial runt, shamelessly blaming it on her. Usage of force. The first method we shall talk about is the usage of force. The manipulator may decide to use some degree of force in order to successfully persuade the victim into thinking in some specific type of way. This is, however, dependent on the situation at that particular moment. This is, however, seen to be deployed in instances where both the ideas of the manipulator and the victim do not seem to match up. The type of conversation they are having don't seem to bear fruit, or where the subject seems to be irritated or frustrated with the turn the conversation has taken. This may be classified as a scare tactic by most, since it gives the victim minimal time to think in a logical manner of the events that seem to be transpiring, as opposed to when the victim is in a normal state of mind. A manipulator is normally inclined to use force as a method of persuasion, is usually when at that they may have hit a wall on their journey of persuasion. They may also result in this If the manipulator feels as though he is losing control of the grasp he had on the victim, or when the victim presents them with solid evidence of the manipulator contradicting them. An experienced manipulator is knowledgeable of the fact that this is not really the best tactic to use when they want to persuade a victim into something. The reason for this is because victims will be able to detect the use of force, since they will feel cornered by the mode of conversation they might be having at that moment. The main allure of using force is centered on the notion of the victim being able to choose their own path. It is then, after the deployment of force, that the option of having a choice is taken away. Once the victim feels threatened by this, they will most likely listen closely to what the manipulative individual is saying, so as to point out the red flags in his speech. It is because of this very reason that using force is to be used as a last resort of persuasion. Asking leading questions. Another method that a dark manipulator skillfully uses is to ask leading questions. It could readily be considered one of the strongest verbal techniques because they ask the victim's questions in order to obtain a specific set of responses. For example, a dark persuader may ask their target how bad you think these people are. This issue already means that the individuals at issue are certainly bad to a certain extent. Dark persuaders ask such skillfully these leading questions that they instantly feel the victim is whipped up to leave the vessel and only go back to the questioning line when the victim appears to be in a relaxed position. Dark manipulators also use their real intentions to mask dark persuasion. To be easily exposed to dark persuasion, the dark manipulator hides from the outset his true intention, otherwise he will fail. Skilled persuaders may mask their real intentions in several ways, depending on the individual victim and circumstance. Dark manipulators have a gift for individuals' reading. This implies that once you recognize certain kinds of personality in individuals, and then reverse psychology becomes simple to get what you want. Think of a situation with two buddies. One friend tries to win a girl's owner in the classroom, while the other friend is the persuader. The persuader understands how badly his friend deals with women. He chooses to take the unsuspecting woman into the arms of a third person, knowing that he is a nice man. Another way of masking dark manipulators is by understanding that it is hard for many to decline two demands in a row. For instance, if a manipulator wishes to obtain a friend's credit form and does not want to return it, then he first comes to the victim to think about how he is in a monetary slump, with an exorbitant sum in mind. If the victim expresses his failure to dispense the money, the manipulator then sets the figure well below the initial value, making it difficult for the victim to say no. Weapons of influence. Another method of persuasion that can be used is by using the weapons of influence that are available. There are 6 main weapons of influence that have been developed and passed on by one individual by the name Robert Cialdini. We shall discuss them in great depth below. Scarcity. This is a weapon of influence that many people tend to be a bit familiar with, but is often underestimated due to the basic definition of scarcity. If for one reason or another an idea or product has a limited time for which is available, it is most likely that a higher price will be attached to it. As human beings, we are usually obsessed with chasing after that which we cannot get. When this issue of scarcity surfaces, it will play out depending on the context it is used under. What this means is that it may prove to be advantageous in certain scenarios more than in others. There are 2 main reasons why this tactic is likely to be successful. The first one is when products are usually a bit too hard to find. These goods will likely have a higher value attached to them. People attribute the high price to the fact that they are rare to find. The second reason is usually when something is not available as it normally has been. This makes the victim begin to have the feeling that they will miss out on the chance of a lifetime. Once both have happened, the victim will begin to assign the service that is scarce a higher value, simply since it is going to become a bit hard to acquire. Liking. This weapon will entail the manipulative individual who would be motivated to work hard in making the victim like them. The reason for this is because once the victim likes this manipulative individual, they are usually more likely to say yes to them if they ever make any request. There are mainly 2 main factors that will contribute to how well the victim will like the manipulator. Reciprocity. This weapon is used in such a way that the victim will try to repay the manipulator in kind when the manipulator provides the victim with something of value. This basically means that when the manipulator performs some kind of service to the victim, they will tend to feel that at some point they have an obligation to perform a similar service. While the two services may not be the same, they have the same value to match each other's obligations. The act of reciprocation ends up giving the subject a sense of obligation, which the manipulator can then use as a powerful tool when they want to use persuasion. The reciprocity rule is very effective as it helps the manipulator get the victim into the right frame of mind for the act of persuasion by instilling and overpowering the victim with a sense of duty. The manipulator may be more likely to convince the victim to do or act in some way because at this point will have that sense of duty hanging over them. Commitment and consistency. This is where the manipulative individual will have to use both of these tools if they want any person to change their point of view of any particular thing. They are easier to understand when things are consistent and can help the subject make better decisions. It's not good for the manipulator to always change the facts they use or change other information needed to help the victim process the information. Instead of helping with the persuasion process, keeping away constantly from consistency will make the agent look like a liar and someone who cannot be trusted, resulting in the persuasion process failure. Consistency is a great tool, since it usually allows the victim to make the right decisions and process information. If the manipulator wants to succeed in persuading the victim, they need to make sure their message is consistent. There is no room for false evidence that may later appear and ruin the entire process. Keep the facts accurate and concise, and to persuade the victim is much better. Social proof, persuasion, is a form of social interaction, and therefore the social rules where it occurs will have to be followed. The victim will be influenced by the people around them. They will be more likely to want to do what others are doing instead of doing their own thing. The victim will base their beliefs and actions on what others do about them. How they act and how they believe the saying, the crowd's power, can be very effective under this belief. The victim will always want to know what other people around them are doing. In this country, being able to do what others are doing to fit in, despite the fact that people will say how they want to be different and be an individual, has become almost an obsession. Authority. One way the manipulator will succeed in persuading the victim is by becoming an authority. Most people have a tendency to believe that something an expert says about a topic is true. The victim is more likely to enjoy listening to a trusted and knowledgeable manipulator. This means that if the manipulative individual can bring these two things to the table, they are already on the way to getting their victim to listen and believe them. Persuasion. Techniques. There are techniques that can be utilized to make persuasion more successful. All victims are usually presented with different forms of persuasion daily. A food manufacturing plant will work on getting their victims to purchase a new product, while a movie company will focus on persuading their victims to watch their latest movie projects. There are three main techniques of persuasion that have been prevalent since the birth of this theme. These three techniques of persuasion that give the agent the most value and will be discussed in this section create a need, appeal to social needs, and use loaded images and words. Create a need. This is one of the techniques that are often deployed by the manipulator to be able to get the victim to change their way of thinking. This creates a need, or rather appeals to a need that is already pre-existing within the victim. If it is executed in a skilled way, the victim will be eating out of the persuader's palm in no time. What this means is that the manipulator will need to tap into the fundamental needs of their victim, like for example their need for self-actualization. This technique will in most cases work so well for the manipulator because the victim is actually going to need these things. Food, for example, is usually something that we as humans need in order to survive, and prolonged lack will pose as a big problem. If the agent can convince the subject that their store is the best, or if they can get more food or shelter by switching their beliefs, there is a higher chance of success. Utilizing illustrative and words. The choice of words one chooses to use comes a long way in the success of using persuasion. There are many ways in which you can phrase sentences when actually talking about one thing. Saying the right words in the right way is what will make all the difference when attempting to use persuasion. Tricks used by mass media and advertising. The media use two main methods which they use to persuade the masses. First is through the use of images, as well as the use of sounds. Idea persuasion by use of images, our size and visual processing areas of the brain, are very powerful. Just think about it for a minute. Have you ever thought of a person without ending up picturing how they look? It is because of this that makes imagery and visual manipulation a preferred method by the media. Companies will often include split-second images of their product or individual inserted into an advertisement that seems quite innocent on the face value. This is usually a form of subliminal persuasion. These split-second images that are usually assumed for the most part usually end up taking some form of control of the victim, which persuades them to purchase that particular service. Idea persuasion by the use of sound is yet another trick that is used by the media in the persuasion of unsuspecting victims. Some people usually underestimate the powers that exist within the sound. But answer me this. How many times have you heard a song somewhere only to have it loop through your mind continuously? Songs usually have an influence on us, even though we are not aware of it, despite knowing you are listening to it. This is what the media tend to exploit in their quest for persuasion of the masses. There will often be a number of phrases skillfully hidden and repeated in an advertisement song that will most likely convince you to be inclined to prefer one company over the other. An example of this is seen at McDonald's. The melody I'm loving, it is often repeated in a manner that persuades the victims to constantly purchase their meals. Ow. Chapter 10. How to defend yourself from manipulation and persuasion. We are indeed human at the end of the day. It is because of this very reason that we get to dwell a lot on the opinion of others in everything that we do. We always desire and adore getting validation from others so that we can subconsciously decide whether we shall be depressed. In this age of the millennial, the norm has become to just brag about their wealth on social media. A lot of these bragging are often than not the truth. This ultimately leads to one having a loose relationship with reality. Self-deception of this type can dig deep into the human psyche. That a victim of these may one day wake up and realize that their perfect world is only existent within their minds. Depression will closely follow suit. The first step to attempting to defend yourself from manipulation and persuasion is confronting the situation and taking the stance of breaking off any illusions you may have. You will not be able to proceed normally with your life. You have to be wary of the fact that you are in control of your own choices. Then make the conscious choice of seeing things for what they are. That deal, which seems too good to be true, could actually be just that, too good to be true. The other thing you should follow is to definitely trust your instincts. There are times that a lie has been told to you in the most skilled way imaginable that you will end up believing, but you can feel an imbalance on some instinctive level between what should be, what is, and then what is being projected onto you. There may be no physical signs to show that, hey, something is wrong, but you feel something is wrong. The next important thing when you ask questions is to listen to the responses. This may sound somewhat unbelievable because you listen to the answers. The truth is that our self-disappointment can make us choose the answers we receive. We tell ourselves that we listen, but we only pay attention to the answers we want to hear rather than to the answers we receive. You may have broken the illusions around you, but some of you are still clinging to the comfort of those illusions. The pain of confronting the situation would prevent you from listening to the real answers to your questions. Actual listening requires a certain sense of detachment, but this time around not from reality. You have to get rid of your emotions. Your detachment from our emotions would lead you to the next step, which would logically process the new information. It can complicate situations more than they already are to act irrationally. It makes your exit strategy so much difficult to let all the emotions simmer and spring to the surface. When you face the truth, the irrational part of you may want you to let it all go to hell. Your rightly justified anger can inspire you to take steps to calm your emotions in the short term, but you may come to regret these actions in the long term. I'm not saying that you should deny your emotions. I'm not saying that you do not act on these emotions. First deal with the situations and later deal with your emotions. Act quickly. It's great that you have come to terms with the reality of things, but defense against these dark manipulative tactics entails so much more. While attempting to defend you from the claws of these manipulators is often intense and exhilarating at first, this intensity of these emotions may cause one to slowly slide into denial. The more you delay in taking any action is usually what accelerates the onset of this denial, and when it happens, there are high chances that you might relapse and end up getting trapped in the same web. This can be avoided by taking action immediately when you realize that someone is trying to manipulate you. This can present itself in the simplest of ways, like when informing a close friend of some reality of the particular situation may be all that's needed, so set in motion a series of events that will eventually lead to your freedom. You should know that the fabric of illusion is made from tougher material than glass after making the choice to act. The illusion could work its way back into your heart with your emotions in high gear by using fragments of your emotions to fix it. When a liar is caught in a lie, he or she may attempt to recruit others to enforce that lie when they feel that they are no longer holding you. A deceptive partner with whom you have recently broken things off would at this point try to use the other mutual relationships in your life to change your mind. If you want to get out of this unscathed, you will need both your logic and instincts. Although the truth of the situation is that when you discover that you've been lied to consistently, you become emotionally scarred, so the issue of leaving the situation unscathed becomes silent. Priority should be given, however, to take the route that allows you to leave this toxic situation without harming yourself further. You're all over the place emotionally. Rage, anger, hurt, and deception is the iceberg's tip. But logically, you need to think. Keep your head above the water and warn yourself. Get help fast when you're trapped by other people's manipulations. Confusion is one of the emotions you'd experience. This helps cloud your rational thinking and leaves you feeling helpless. You might even question the reality of what you are facing at this point. It would lead to denial if you continue to entertain these doubts. You're probably going to want to conclude you got the whole situation wrong, that you misunderstood some things and came to the wrong conclusion. Such thinking would drive back to the manipulator's arms. Resist the urge to give in by receiving a second opinion. People go to another doctor in a health crisis to get a second opinion. This is to remove any iota of doubt about the first diagnosis that you may have and to affirm the best treatment course for you. Similarly, getting another person's opinion can help you discern the truth of the situation and what might be your next steps. Just remember, it's better to go to someone who has proved countless times they're interested in your best. The next step is to confront the perpetrator if you have the help you need. For this, I suggest you choose the scene or location. Choose a place you know that gives you the upper hand. On your part, that would require some careful planning. If the perpetrator exists in the cyber world, especially if the person swindled you of your money, you would have to involve the police and the relevant authorities. Do some of your own investigations to ascertain the truth. After you face the perpetrator and take the necessary steps to get out of the situation, you must start the healing process quickly. The scale and gravity to which you were hurt, manipulated, or abused do not matter. You must be able to walk past it and wait until you can heal your wounds, rather than sitting on your couch and reliving the past. Time would give you enough distance from your experience, but if you learn something from this book, it would almost never heal emotional scars. If you don't do anything about it, an unhealthy scab could form over the wound, which would make you as vulnerable, if not more, than you had experienced. Speak to a counselor, attend therapy, and take an active part in facilitating the healing process, whatever you choose to do. It won't happen overnight, but you are sure that you get closer to improving every day and every step you take in therapy. Trust your instincts. While your brain interprets signals based on facts, logic, and sometimes experience, your heart works in the opposite direction by screening information through an emotional filter. The only thing that picks up vibrations is your gut instinct, which neither the heart nor the brain can pick on. And if you can groom to the point where you recognize your inner voice and are trained to react to it, you will lower your chances of being seduced by people trying to work on you with their manipulative will. To begin with, it's hard to recognize this voice. And that's because we allowed voices of doubt, self-discrimination, as well as the critics' loud voices within and without drowning out our authentic voice over the course of our lives. Your survival depends on this voice or instinct. So, trust that when it kicks in, your brain neurons can still process things in your immediate vicinity. Some people call it intuition, and some refer to it as instinct, especially when it comes to relationships. They are undoubtedly the same thing. You must accept that it may not always make logical sense to start trusting your instincts. If you've ever been in the middle of doing something and experienced the feeling of being watched all of a sudden, then you know what I mean. You don't have eyes at the back of your head. There's no one else with you in the room, but you get the tiny shiver running down your spine and the sudden knowledge you're watching. That's what I'm talking about. The first step to connect with your instinct is to decode your mind with the voices you let in. With meditation, you can do this. Forget the chatter of he said, she said. Concentrate on your center. You are the voice, you know. Next, be careful about your thoughts. Don't just throw away the eclectic monologue in your head. I'd rather go with the thoughts flow. Why do you think of a certain person in some way? How do you feel so deeply about this person? Even if you only knew each other for a few days, what's that nagging feeling about this other person that you have? You get more tuned to your intuition as you explore your thoughts and understand when your instincts kick and how to react to it. You may need to learn to take a step back to pause and think if you are the kind of person who prefers to make spur decisions at the moment. This moment in which you pause gives you the opportunity to really reflect on your decisions and evaluate them. The next part is a hard part, and it couldn't be followed by many people. Unfortunately, you can't skip or navigate around this step. This part has to do with trust. You need to be open to the idea of trusting yourself and trusting others to be able to trust your instinct. Your failure to trust others would just make you paranoid, and it's not your instincts that kick when you're paranoid. It's the fear of you. Fear tends to turn every molehill into a hill. You must let go of your fear. Embrace confidence and let that lead in your new relationships. You are better able to hear the voice inside without the roadblocks put up by fear in your mind. Finally, your priorities need to be re-evaluated. If your mind is at the forefront of money and material possessions, you may not be able to see the past. Any interaction you have with people would be interpreted as people trying to take advantage of you, and if you dwell on that frequently enough, it will soon become your reality. You know how you attract into your life what you think of. If you're constantly thinking about material wealth, you're only going to attract people who think like you. Using this as a guide, look at all your relationships with this new hindsight. The old, the new, and the perspective. Don't enter a relationship that expects to be played. Be open when you approach them, whether it's a business relationship, a romantic relationship, or even a regular acquaintance. You can get the right feedback about them from your intuition. Do not step into this thinking, too, that your gut will tell you to run in the opposite direction when you meet suspect people. Persuasion is another behavioral base that can be used for dark desires. We have likely all been persuaded to do something in our lives that we didn't necessarily want to do. Typically, it is quite harmless. A little task at work or at home that isn't our favorite, but we get talked into doing it anyway. Maybe we are coerced to do it for some reward, or maybe we are simply just trying to be compliant, so we don't get in trouble. Persuasion can be used in a variety of ways, and it is surprising what people can be persuaded to do. Sometimes people can be persuaded to do atrocious things that are absolutely against their very nature. This is, of course, less common but happens more often than most people realize. The techniques of persuasion vary, but there are some that are fairly easy to spot. Others will go without notice, and these are much more dangerous types of persuasion. So, how do people persuade others to do just exactly what they want? Some will use the foot in the door principle. This is explained quite simply as asking for a small favor before you ask for a big one. Once you get a person to say yes, once it is easier to get them to say yes again, the small favor will go hand in hand with a larger favor. A good example of this would be asking someone for some loose change because you forgot it in your car, and it is lunchtime, then proceeding to ask them to share their lunch because you didn't bring that either. On the opposite side of the foot in the door principle, there is what is referred to as doctor-in-the-face practices. Rather than asking for something small, followed by a request for something bigger, you ask for something huge, then something small. This tactic works very well. You can ask your best friend for $10,000, and it is likely they will say no. Once they do, you can ask for a simple 20, and they will be much more likely to oblige. This type of persuasion is dangerous, but easy to see if you work on being attuned to what people are doing and saying. You really need to pay attention to what they are actually saying or asking. Humans tend to be fairly consistent in their beliefs and commitments. Persuasive people can pray for this behavior. Here again, a person can get you to agree to something small that you would normally do, then turn it into something much larger. Because you have already made a commitment to them, it is more likely that you will follow through with their bigger scheme. Persuasive people may also act like they have some authority, even when they don't. This is done because we, as people, learn respect or authority from the time we are little. When we are in front of someone that has authority, we tend to give them respect and do as they ask. This is especially true in the workplace. Misplaced authority is a great way to persuade people to do your dirty work for you. One of the easiest forms of persuasion to detect are those that come in the form of being social proof, believing something to be true simply because it is commonly expected with no empirical data to back it up. We see this sort of persuasion in groups of friends or workers. One person comes up with something and everyone else simply goes along with it rather than thinking for themselves. Reciprocation is another form of persuasion. If someone does something for you, we naturally feel inclined to do something for them. A persuasive person will do what they can to make you feel indebted to them. By doing so, you may end up doing something you truly don't want to because you feel obligated. You want to be careful who you are asking favors of. When looking at the most commonly used types of persuasion, we need to look at scarcity. You better hurry quickly and get this item before it is gone. We widely see it in sales and marketing tactics. When a person believes there is only a small number of something or a limited time on a deal, it is much more likely that they will want it. As you can see, this is a great strategy for businesses. This gives you a good look at how persuasive people function. They tend to be a bit underhanded in working to get the things that they believe are important. Criminals may be very good in the art of persuasion. With skill in this dark tactic, gaining a following and people that will do the deeds you want can become exceptionally simple. As noted, seeing some of these techniques is relatively simple. Spotting others will take time and dedication. Learning NLP can help you spot the persuader more easily. Deception. Along with brainwashing, manipulation and persuasion comes deception. Another trait that is studied in dark psychology, deception, is something we come into contact with on a daily basis. It can be very small and harmless, or it can bring a true burden to a person's life. Being deceptive takes practice. Just like any other skill, you can hone it with practice. Criminals and unjust people focus on deception and think of it as an art form. An example of a small deception is to tell someone you love their shirt when you actually hate it. We do this to spare people's feelings and to avoid feeling uncomfortable with telling people what we actually think. Even the most honest people use deception on others. You may not realize it, but not only do we deceive other people, but oftentimes we also deceive ourselves. When we tell ourselves lies, it can be both helpful and harmful. Consistently telling yourself that you are worthy of love or that you can meet a goal, even when you realistically don't believe these things, is empowering when your brain starts to believe it. On the contrary, you may be seeing delusions, and while your rational brain knows they aren't there, the lies convince you that they are. This can lead to psychosis and other mental health problems. Throughout the years, there have been a number of practices to pick out the liars or deceivers. This is seen in testing, like that which is done with a polygraph. Lie detectors are oftentimes discredited. This is because people that have disorders that make them exceptionally antisocial, and those with the inability to empathize, tend to pass a polygraph with flying colors. Polygraphs end up catching good people that made bad mistakes, generally a more honest type of person. When it comes down to it, even the most honest of people will tell lies. It is considered to be part of human nature. It is likely a part that is needed. Sure, giant scandals come from big lies, and criminals tend to lie more than anyone, but saving your best friend's feelings is not always a bad thing. Finding a balance is important, and realizing why it is exactly that you are lying. Criminals tend to be liars. They constantly want to deceive people, so they get the desired outcome they are looking for. As noted, they hone this skill of deception, which can make it insanely hard to notice. The normal tells of lying don't exist as much when dealing with a narcissist or a psychopath. Being cautious about who you put your trust into is the best form of protection against deception. Deception comes in many different forms. It may be a white lie or a heavy lie to a boss, friend, family member, or others. I could also look like flirting. NLP teaches us to read other people's body language. A woman or a man can project body language to make someone think they are interested just to get their way. A good example of this is the woman that shows off her form to get out of a ticket. By flirting with the cop, she is deceiving him into thinking he has a chance, so he lets her go. Body language is probably the best detection you will have from people skilled in the form of deception. Sometimes it may be obvious. You should always be wary of people that are mimicking other people's body language. You may actually see it change as they stroll from group to group. Instantly be on your guard with people like this, as they are much more apt to deceive and take advantage of you. Covert emotional manipulation. Dark psychology also spends time looking at covert emotional manipulation. It is more commonly referred to as CEM. EUCEM is a way to gain true power over someone without them even realizing it is happening. You will be so enthralled that these sneaky tactics will have you doing things you would not normally agree to. We have already talked about manipulation, but there are so many different forms of it, and this one is pretty important. It not only allows criminals and people with malintent into your life, it also breaks you down mentally. The effects of this type of manipulation can last forever if you are not careful. As noted, it is insanely subtle, which means looking for the red flags is very important. Covert emotional manipulation looks different depending on the people involved. Oftentimes, the victim will be slowly made to feel as if they can't do anything without the other. It is a strange sort of codependency that happens over time. This happens without manipulation on occasion. The difference is when your partner is doing it intentionally to get you to behave or think differently. It may start with offers of help for simple tasks that you usually do on your own. They may follow it up with a critique to make you question your ability to do it. It starts small, but they will continue to poke at it until you start to truly believe you can't do it on your own. You can see it worked into all kinds of things and a ton of relationships. Depending on who you have allowed to do this to you, it could be mostly harmless. On the other hand, there are a lot of people with less than genuine intentions that could take this to an extreme. This type of manipulation can turn it into flat-out brainwashing. In that case, it is possible that you will lose your free will forever. People that use CEM against other people pay great attention to detail. This can be endearing as it appears as if they are learning about you. In reality, they are observing your behavior, learning what makes you tick. This will grant them access on how to manipulate your emotions subtly to get what they want. They are truly hunting for your weaknesses. The heinous people and criminals that do this in life are calculating. They tend to have bigger plans, and you are simply playing a role. They have no care or regard for how you feel or for the damage they are causing you. All they can see is the outcome that they are striving for. Finding that they are unable to ever sustain relationships is not surprising because of the selfish nature of how they are wired. As time goes on, CEM turns into something else. What started out as little jabs that looked like they were made from love became something much darker. As you start to lose control and bend your will, the aggressor will pounce. They can become domineering. In addition, they will start to tear you down piece by piece to gain complete control. Playing with someone's emotions is a great way to gain control over them. Some people would rather bombard someone with love to get them to do what they want, rather than being crasser or crude about it. Love bombarding is very typical of the narcissist. It is its own form of manipulation, and it can be downright cruel in reality. You will feel like the most important person in someone's world. You will go along with what they say hook, line and sinker because you truly trust in what they say. Once this person has you there, they can easily force their will and beliefs onto you. Fighting against this is extremely difficult for some people. Becoming solid in your belief system will make it more difficult for someone to prey on your emotions. Another way to combat this dark tendency is to work on really knowing yourself. When you spend the time to meditate, self-actualize, and maintain control of yourself, it is much easier to fend off attacks on your emotions. When someone manipulates your emotions, it can have detrimental impact for the rest of your life. Narcissists and psychopaths do not, oftentimes, have the ability to have true feelings. They are shut off in a way. So playing with yours is a simple way to gain control of you and the situation they are in. Practicing the art of NLP can also give you signs as to when these types of people are trying to harm you. Gut feelings and red flags should be paid attention to. Naturally, we have instincts, and sometimes something just feels off from the beginning. Maybe you meet someone, and they seem just a little too perfect, or you just feel a bit uncomfortable around them. Don't disregard these thoughts and feelings. We are wired to sense danger. This is not just physical danger that we sense, but also emotional and mental danger. The phrase, "go with your gut," is a good one and one that can help you avoid unpleasant situations. Chapter 10. How to defend yourself from manipulation and persuasion. We are indeed human at the end of the day. It is because of this very reason that we get to dwell a lot on the opinion of others in everything that we do. We always desire and adore getting validation from others so that we can subconsciously decide whether we shall be depressed. In this age of the millennial, the norm has become to just brag about their wealth on social media. A lot of these bragging are often than not the truth. This ultimately leads to one having a loose relationship with reality. Self-deception of this type can dig deep into the human psyche. That a victim of these may one day wake up and realize that their perfect world is only existent within their maids.